How about now? Can you hear me? No sound, no sound. Oh, let me double check my audio on this side. Yeah, it looks like I'm all right. I think I got it fixed. I had the should be good. Should be good, right? Okay, boom, got it. Nice. Sorry about that, guys. Was all plugged in and nothing going on. Sound good? Too loud? Too low? How's it sound for you? All right. So yeah, guys, welcome to my Monday morning, your Sunday evening live stream if you're in the States. Getting ready for the week here in the studio. A lot of you guys will know Jib is usually here with me in the mornings for this live stream. However, today's a rough one. She is back at school today. So Jib will not be here, unfortunately. She has so you guys, a lot of you guys know she studies at the Royal Academy of Arts and Crafts here in Thailand, and they've been off since December. And due to the lockdowns that were in place, she has she was home, which was great. And now today is her first day back. So last night I was helping her pack up all of her work. She's had like all of her embroidery frames here for the almost 2 months that she was home doing work every day. And now back to the palace on a daily basis. Hey, what's going on, Born Nomad Productions? Hike, what's up? So I'll go right back through the list real quick because obviously when I was saying hi to everyone, I had no audio. Savvy, what's up, my man? Joe P. Hey guys, I'm glad to have Savvy here. And if you've never checked out his channel, he does some fun live streams. I'll be on his the finals of his monthly trivia coming up tomorrow, so that'll be a lot of fun. Joe P, what a surprise. Joe's always here early, man. How you doing? I know you posted about the Jim Karen. I want to hear all about that. So leave that in the comments. Joe, we have another Joe P, Joe Patterson. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming by. Hugh, good to see you here. Token, man, thank you for coming. Yeah, I know, no sound. That was my fault. My bad. Steve, how's it going? Oh, who else we got here? Born Nomad Productions. What's up? Just jumped over from Chad's live stream. Walking around BKK. He's got 2.1 thousand on the live stream. Oh, that's an awesome number. Yeah, Chad's got what, like just over 250,000 now? Must be pushing 300K. And I know he's building a 500 horsepower longtail boat, which is absolutely crazy. How's things in the sweatshop? The sweatshop's not too bad, man. We're getting there. I've got I'll show you guys. I've got a new product that's these are ready to go out. This is a design collab with a shop out in Texas. So this jacket is a design I did based on a Levi trucker jacket, but I did the integrated pockets up on the front yoke, and then did a tapered back, but no pleats on the back. We've got the tabs for adjustment on the side, so it kind of gives it that really minimalist look without the pleats, and everything's everything's flat felled, double stitched. It's a really great jacket. And I'm sending these out. They've got 2 weights I'm sending out. So this one is the lighter one. We have a darker one that's a little bit heavier. And so they're going to take a look at that. I think we're going to do a small run of those. Senior Frank, my girlfriend has to go back to in-person classes starting next week. Yeah. It's a little rough, man. Like I'm so used to having Jip here, and we work together like every day. So having her here like every day, getting to work together was so good. And it was like, really a great productive time for the two of us. And like, so yesterday was a bit like kind of bittersweet. Like I'm glad she's going back, because it means she'll probably graduate on time. But the downside to it is like, Jib's not going to be here all day. And it's back to her waking up at 5:30 as well. Oh, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, it's that jacket's new design. I just finished. Like I said, I'm shipping these samples out to a client out in Texas. So they have a shop out in Austin, and so we've been working on this design collab back and forth. We talked about what they wanted to do jacket wise, and I basically did a bunch of reference on like really older stuff, and we were trying to bring like a little bit of that old branch jacket feel, but keep a sort of trucker aesthetic. So there's sort of a mix between the two, and they want to keep that like that simple flat trucker front. So we got down to the designing. I prototyped it, and then I sourced these two really interesting denims for these guys. They're both Thai salvage and both Sanfordized. They both already have a pretty good break in. I saw the Thai government is moving towards no quarantine for incoming tourists with vaccine. That would be awesome. Yeah, I mean that's what everyone keeps saying, and it would be cool. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I know I was talking to someone the other day who's British, who's in ASQ, and they can't leave their room for the entire ASQ because they're from England and the situation going on in England right now. So if the Thai government will actually pull the trigger on that no quarantine vaccine, we'll see what happens. I mean, I think they are leaning in that direction. That would make the most sense, but it's really hard to tell if that's going to be the case. Who's the boss of the studio? You're Jib. We can speak freely now since she's not around. Well, it's actually a good question. So Jim and I both work on different projects. We have a lot of overlap in what we do, and especially like we're collabing on an art project at the moment. But it's very much because it's just the two of us collaboration. So like when I really need her help, I need her to look at a design or work with me. She's there to really give me critique, and I do the same for her. But the majority of the things that we work on are very very separate skill wise, where I spend more time on the machines, more time sewing. I do a lot more like straight garment design. Jib does a lot more embroidery design, knit design. And so there's a little bit of a different feel to like our two works, which is why I think it works so well together. And like I can do like a little bit of the crochet, a little bit of knit stuff, and I give her a lot of feedback on design from that because I do understand the mechanics of it. And the same with sewing and garment. She understands some of those mechanics and a lot of what I do. And so again, we lean on each other for a lot of things. So there's no boss necessarily. We'll call that the safe answer. Since you had material, you had enough material left over to make that T-shirt. Must be a trick of the lighting. Do they look similar? They do look similar. It is a similar blue. That's my bad. If you can make it in drab green, can be a modern take on a Mao jacket. I have I had a green denim actually. Do I have here's the sample. So it's a green denim with a red selvage, and it's a little stiff. I was trying to make a vest from this, but it's only a 28-inch wide bolt, so it's like really, and it's expensive. I think this is what was the cost on this? Yeah, so this is more expensive than most of my other denims. And it's really narrow. It's 28 inches. So I was trying to make a vest, and even that was just too short. So like I had to double the fabric amount. So I love this fabric. It's got a great like it has a great break in. So it's like you can see it's like kind of stiff. Even though there's like the pricing sticker on it, but it's sold out now anyway. I can't get any more of this. It was really limited. And I didn't realize how unique it was that they wouldn't be able to get more. But this breaks in really nice. I've had similar fabrics to this in the past, and the red selvage on this is kind of unique. So it's nice to be able to grab that red selvage, and it kind of breaks into the piece that you're working on. And you can, tuck that selvage in, you get some great edging. Like with this jacket, because this is a tie selvage, we ran the selvage on the inside. I don't know if this comes out well. So it's just on the inside of the placket, and then along the bottom waistband, and here on the cuff on the inside, there's a little bit. The key is to put it in places where it's not super visible, but that it makes a difference to the person who owns it. So yeah, I think that this jacket in green could be a cool take. I also think like a classic jacket with a more tapered front could be a cool Mao jacket with like a dipped hardware, like a solid brass dipped hardware. Live on Beard 2. Did the jacket to Austin equal best of Texas? We'll see. I hope. I mean, it's a shop called Soric out in Austin. Great guys who run it. Jason and Jared. It's a barbershop plus a men's clothier, and they do a lot of stuff. And so they wanted to do a jacket that was unique to them. And we've been talking about the design collab, and so like I said, they gave me their ideas. I built up like a design board for them to look at, a mood board essentially, and put all the elements that I thought would be really cool. And once we went through it and we kind of picked out what would be nice, what would be a nice fit, I started to make it work together on the pattern design and got these samples worked up. Well, speaking Thai when she's in the room, out of the room. Speaking Thai when she's in the room, out of the room question. How does it feel? So yeah, speaking Thai, Jib and I almost exclusively speak English. So Jib, did her master's degree in an international program, and has spoken English like since she was young. So we almost exclusively speak English, especially for work. We 100% speak English just because that language makes it much easier. But now we're speaking more and more Thai because I am focused on improving my Thai this year. That's one of my big goals, learning to read and write Thai, improve my speaking to a much higher level. And so now, like when we go out or stuff like that, Jib will really like focus on speaking Thai to me, and then letting me be in situations where she can't save me if I don't understand the language. So I'm really trying to put myself in a position to improve my linguistic skill. I need a sip of coffee. My God. There we go. So Jim's trying to put me in a position where she can't save me, and I have to really flex my linguistic skills to get out of the situation, or to get what I want. And so like a lot of times if I go shopping now for food at the local markets, I make sure I go without her, because everyone in my local market knows that Jib and I are together. And if they see me, often, even if I'm speaking Thai to them, they'll talk back in Thai to her because it's easier for them. So the first couple times I did that, they would like look around for Jib, like, oh, where is she? And when they don't see her, then they realize they have to like try to interact with me one-on-one. And my Thai is okay. I can have small conversations, I can get food, but yeah, when it gets deeper, like one of the girl who runs the veggie cart I buy all my veggies from, she knows that my Thai is okay. She's like, maybe she's young. I mean, she looks like she could be 20, but maybe she's like 30. I don't know. And her husband or boyfriend run this cart together. And when I'll go to buy vegetables, a lot of times like I'll ask her like, how do you say this one in Thai? And she'll like joke with me sometimes, and I'll try to explain the jokes to Jib, and Jib's like, oh, she tried to make like a dirty joke with you. It's kind of funny. How's that? I think you're talking about are you talking about the green fabric or the jacket? The green fabric's quite soft because it's got the same weave as like it's actually more canvas than denim, and it's quite soft, but it's very stiff, and so this would break in over time. It's a very light. If it's so it's it's a salvage canvas essentially is what I'll call it. And so it'll break in, but you won't get the same fades that you would get with denim, right? Because the denim, this particular denim on the light blue jacket is very soft. It's a very light denim. This is a 8 ounce, and yeah, that's quite nice. The other one is a 12 ounce. It's much stiffer. It's got a lot more starch in it. Barbershop, men's barbershop plus men's clothier sounds so Austin. And these two guys are like Austin, like a very, very like Austin. They're from there. Very cool, like cosmopolitan Texas guys. And it was great working with them. They're really cool to design with. But they actually, one of the other things, they have a client who's like a Silicon Valley guy who moved to Austin, bought a bunch of land, and they had me design a one-off pair of farmer jeans for him. So I've got these farmer jeans. They're all packed up. They're ready to go. I just finished inspecting them, and they're fantastic. But they're basically a they're basically like this one of a kind farmer jean made from the same denim I use for my own line of jeans for Dapper Villains, and it is it's a linen infused denim. So the warp of the fabric is the actual indigo denim, and then the weft is a linen. So it's a really cool, nice fabric, very unique, and it's easy to wear in a hot climate, which is why they went for it. If you had SC, I would hit you, my dude. SC. Immersion technique is good for language, not so good for a swim lesson. Yeah, I think that's how they teach kids to swim, though, isn't it? They just throw them right in here. Like once they get they teach them like some basics, but isn't like throwing a kid into the pool one of like the things to be like, hey, here, save yourself. Super chat. He's talking about the super chats hike. Soon, hopefully soon. I'm getting there on watch time. I'm like maybe 1,500 away now, I think, to hitting monetization, which will be good. And I got 3 videos coming out this week, so excited for that. I've got another book review coming out on a book written by the CEO of Watch Mojo, which I think is one of the best startup books I've ever read. His story is like really just honest, and you get a good view. It reminds me a lot of my early days in the tech world, and it's just a good book in general, story wise. I've got a video coming out about our chairs that we have at the house, our movie chairs in the theater Scala, and then another video coming out about the legend of Craft Foo. And I've sent like the Craft Foo video Jib and I shot to a few people, and it goes back like a year and a half, but it's I'll get into the whole concept of it, but it's a fun little video that I think people will enjoy. I hope people will enjoy. Jared, there's a mango called Cleavage Mango. I didn't know how to say cleavage in Thai, so I just kept repeating the new word I learned at the market until everyone around was laughing. So yeah, that's the other thing with Thai, Jared. You have to be like your tone has to be just right. I remember a few years ago, I was at the market with Jib at our old condo out in Pachani Wet neighborhood, and there's this huge market. We'd go there every night, and I would, that's why I was like first learning to order food. It's like maybe 5 years ago now. And I was just learning to order food, and every night I would try to get something different. There's a type of a little corn fritter called kapot tot. I'm sure my pronunciation's off, my tone's off, tot. But it's like a little fried corn ball or corn fritter, and there's a sauce that goes with it. And I wanted the old lady who's making it. She's like maybe 50. 55, maybe 60. She's like frying them up, chopping them, putting them in the bag, put the sauce on top. And so I was asking for the sauce. And the sauce is called namjim, and it's like a sweet, sticky kind of spicy chili sauce that they usually make. And for this particular dumpling, they'll put like some vinegar in it, so it has a very nice contrasting flavor to the fried texture that you get with the corn fritter. However, I said the nam is water, and I said the wrong tone of the second word, gym, which is a euphemism for pussy, essentially. It's basically saying pussy. It's a slang word for that. And so I asked this old lady if she could put her pussy water on top of my dumplings. So she laughed because she knew me. I would order these things from her all the time. She laughed hysterically. Jib was so embarrassed. She turned bright red and she like grabs my arm as soon as I say it. She's like, no, don't ask for that. Like you got to be very careful with that tone. It's got to be the right word. Um, and so she so Jim's like, she tried to like, she looked at the auntie and she was like all embarrassed. The auntie understood what I meant. She just kind of laughed. But I remember like maybe a couple of years later, we moved to Ossoak, and where we lived, which is like the center of the city. And, everyone knows there's a red light district not far from there. And so there was like a little market on our soy. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to go out and get some food. And Jim's like, oh, I'll take a walk with you. And we go out and I see like the same type of the same capote, the same corn fritter things. I was like, oh, let me get some of these corn fritters. And she looks at me and she's like, be very careful how you order the sauce, because the neighborhood we're in, you might get what you ask for if you get the tone wrong. Kind of trolling me a little bit on my pronunciation difficulties in the area that we're in at the time. Some of you guys who follow the Bangkok Strange page, you might know that as the spicy sausage soy. Let's see, Hike, what are you saying here? I Googled you. Oh, thank you, Hike. Found a story about your last MMA fight was you as a referee versus the fight promoter. That sounds odd. Got a good story for it? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that was that 6 years ago, maybe 5 years ago? So a lot of you guys might not know, when I was in my 20s, I was a professional MMA fighter for a stretch of years. And not great, average guy, fought at heavyweight and on the East Coast circuit. Nothing crazy. And decided to, I gave it up after a few fights and, just decided to focus on business and engineering. And so for years and years, I didn't fight, but I stayed involved. I still trained every day. And I was involved with local promotions in one way or the other. And so when I lived out here, when I first moved out here, I started training, and I was training at this gym, and they were going to hold like an underground event. And they asked me if I would referee the fights. And I was like, I don't really, I was kind of hesitant to do so. And because I had refereed some grappling stuff back in the States, like some grappling tournaments and like a few fights, but nothing serious. But the other guy who they were going to have referee was kind of not very attentive type of individual. So I was like, okay, I'll do it. And it ends up being this, I've refed all these fights in this underground event that took place in a parking garage outside of Bangkok. And so during that, I run into the fight promoter of the biggest promotion in Thailand, John Nutt. And he's like, hey, we need more referees. He's like, why don't you come ref for with my organization as well and work with my team? And so I did for, a number of years. And John and I are very close. We ended up traveling to Malaysia together with the MIMA tournament. And, I traveled all over Asia reffing fights, China, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, obviously, doing this. And so John and I are both heavyweights and we're both friends. And he was going to fight. The way it came about was John was going to fight on one of his cards. This was like maybe a year before we fought. And that fight fell through. The guy who he was supposed to fight, ended up backing out the last minute. And I offered to step in and replace that guy for the fight. And John ended up saying like, no, I've already I kind of like mentally had turned the corner at that point. Because when you're training for a fight, like if it's off, it's off, right? And you're kind of like, oh, I can't, I don't want to go back to training. It already had like a week or two off. I was like, yeah, no problem. But if you ever want to do it in the future, I'd be down, right? And I was in my 30s at the time. So I knew that, there was very few chances for me to actually have another pro fight at a high level. and there's not a lot of heavyweights in Southeast Asia. So and the guys who were at heavyweight at the time were like guys who were like on the verge of going to the UFC. Guys like Amir Ali Akbari, who's a former like wrestling world champion or something as well. So John thought about it, and like a year later, he's having another promotion. He's like, "Hey, do you want to do this again, just for fun?" And so he's like, "Yeah, absolutely." And why not? He's a friend. If we were both basketball fans, we would play a game of pickup basketball. We just both happen to be fight fans and both trained, so we thought, why not have a fist fight? And so yeah, we ended up deciding to do it, and we kind of like really egged up the promotion. We were traveling quite a bit prior to that with Mima, so like every week we were in a different part of Malaysia doing events. And we even trained together for the fight. I have a photo of us from Borneo Tribal Squad out in Kota Kinabalu, Borneo, training at the gym with AJ Pyro, who's also a good friend of mine, legend in Malaysian MMA. And so the whole thing was like we both worked all night. Like he did like he MCs the events, like he's the promoter. He does quite a bit backstage, and I ref like half the fights that night. And then we ended up being the main event. We fought. It didn't go my way. I didn't win. John won, but it was just a fun time. It was a good time to have with a friend and just hang out and punch each other in the face a bit, drink a little bit of whiskey afterwards, and call it a day. But yeah, and that was actually, oh man, that was the last Full Metal Dojo event at their original Bangkok venue, which was called Live House in JJ Green. So it was this cool kind of setting. It was really fun. Yeah, so Savvy's got the game show. I'm going up against a Suburban Bear tomorrow night. Should be fun. Yeah, so yeah, the corn fritter. So it's a Thai style. So it's basically like a rice flour cornmeal with actual corn in it, and they deep fry it. Put the sauce on it. Oh, here's the male Karen story I've been waiting for from Joe. This guy came into the gym with no mask. The kid that works there told him that a mask is a must, and then go load fast. I stepped in and Justin nasty fuck. Oh, so I'm getting yelling all kinds of shit at me to mind my own business. I told him to go get a mask, and he took a swing. What? He took a swing at you, Joe? Missed. I did not miss one. Oh, nice. Joe having fist fights in the gym. Look at this guy. Look at this guy fist fighting in the gym. Hello. Greetings from a German podcaster who saw you in a video from retire working for you. Nice saw your studio in BKK. I'll stay in BKK soon too. The video is sorry. Hey, is it Ralph? Ralph, thanks, man. Thanks for coming by. And yeah, I'm a podcaster as well, man. I got three active podcasts at the moment. So Bangkok Strange, one that you can check out. They're all linked on my page, Dapper Villains and Asian MMA podcast. And actually Dapper Villains top 200 in America for style and fashion podcast, top 100 in the UK. I think it's top 30 in Germany, oddly enough. Since we don't speak German, I thought that was weird. And then Bangkok Strange is like top 10 in a bunch of countries for comedy. Finger throw punch, Joe. Good job, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, good throw down there, Joe. I got to agree. Like getting that throat punch is a tough one. BKK short for Bangkok. Yeah, so Savvy, a lot of times those of us who live here will refer to Bangkok as BKK. Just like BK is Brooklyn, NYC is New York. We call Bangkok BKK. Sometimes you might hear me refer to it as the Big Mango. Yes. Yeah, Beard one in the house. Hey. Yeah, so Josh is Beard one. I'm Beard one. Josh is L Beard. That's the way it breaks down. Oh, the Florida cop showed up, told him to hit. Told I hit him for no reason. I didn't hit him. He ran into my fist multiple times. It happens. Some of these people are just crazy in Florida. Made it with it. Yeah, right. It's late for you now, right? Like early evening for you, Savvy. Yeah, COVID-19 protocols. Guy comes into the gym with no mask, he gets punched. Stepped in and said, we have, oh, nice. The guy from the gym's like, we have a video. You can see it. Welcome. I came here from a lot. I think a lot of you guys came over from retired working from you. I'm very grateful for that. And I'm hanging out with Chris this weekend. Friday and Saturday, we're doing an MMA event. I'm bringing him along, and it's kind of a closed door event. And I don't usually go to events myself. I'm more of a homebody, but because I've been in the MMA, I've been involved with MMA for like over 20 years, and the Asian scene since I've gotten here, and a lot of people know me just because I've refed on national TV and a bunch of countries, and so a lot of these guys know me. And then I train with a lot of them at different gyms, and so I was able to reach out to an event that was going on, and I knew Chris would want to film it. So I was like, hey, could I bring my buddy Chris and just come check out? Because I think they only have like 12 seats at this event. And normally I would just watch the live stream. I'm not one to usually go out, but this event's also not super late at night because they're doing it for a overseas market. And so I reached out to the promoter, and they were like, oh, yeah, for sure. You and Chris can come, no problem. And then they asked me if I would jump on the live stream commentary as well and do commentary for a few fights. So Chris is going to get to film like behind the scenes. We're actually going to take the fighters van over 10 a.m. from the mall that they're going to be at to go to the fight venue, which is top secret. They're not telling people where it is. They're driving everyone in, so like you can't just show up, you can't tell people where it's at. And Chris was like, oh man, I can't believe like you got us into this. I was like, oh, no problem. So he's gonna be there filming a vlog about the fights in Thailand, how they're taking COVID precautions, and talk to some of the fighters. And I'm just kind of like, I'm honored that they asked me if I would jump onto the live stream and do some of the commentary with their team. So that's just kind of fun to be able to jump on and do that. I learned from the Gracie family back in the day, you already stole Savi's heart when we met and you were talking textiles. Now you're doing it with MMA. Yeah, I've actually met Hoist, Henzo over the years. I've been very fortunate. And I trained with a couple of the Machados at a few seminars. So yeah, I've met a lot of those guys. Hey, Jib, what's going on? You're at school and you're jumping on with onto the chat. Nice. Oh yeah, there's Josh is setting it straight. Josh is I'm Beard 1. Josh is L Beard. I got involved because of the kid. Nice, good for you, Joe. Man, I'm glad you stood up to this dude, man. Like it's funny because over the weekend we didn't do the Bangkok Strange live stream on Saturday, but Mike and I both recorded two episodes with Tony Huge, and I love Tony. He's a great guy and very nice dude, and very open to talking. And we have very different ideas on a lot of things, including COVID, including public health, including masks and all this stuff. And we obviously live very different lifestyles. A lot of you guys know Jib and I are very happy couple, and Tony has many girlfriends, which is that's his prerogative. And but his views on COVID are very staunchly different from mine and Mike's actually. But the good thing is Tony's always willing to have a conversation and listen to different ideas, and change his mind if presented with evidence, which is the type of people I like to be around. So someone, even they have he's intelligent, he has different opinions, different ideas from my own. We see data sets in different ways sometimes, but he's a great guy to talk to. And we joke about like a lot of things. He's a very conservative kind of guy, and I'm much more liberal, and we joke around about those differences, but it's all in good fun, and it's all friendship as well. Like he's the type of guy who will just listen and talk, and you can have a conversation about things, even though I think he's a bit crazy. I'm sure he thinks I'm a bit crazy with the stuff I do. So really interesting when when he's here. Every time he's come to my place, he always brings one of his girlfriends with him. So it's always kind of funny. And his most recent one, she looks really young. He said, no, I checked her ID. She's 23. Like, Jesus, Tony. Still no deals on workout equipment yet. You looking for some, Josh? Now, I saw you were doing Josh dropped a Lowe's video yesterday. For those of you guys who are into like home improvement stuff and whatnot, Josh was doing a Lowe's thing. L Beard, hard to transcribe and say, yeah, my AI transcription tool definitely won't pick that up. Joe P is Jose. I'm Hose B. Jose and Hose B. Oh, Joe Patterson. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. Hey, I just scanned the UPC code out of the box of cereal I'm eating with a Dollar General. Now, you guys love that Dollar General app. It won't even open here for me. Well, so Hike, UPCs. As a tech guy, you probably know this, Hike. UPCs are actually universal. So there's one company that manages all the data set for the UPC and the way the code breaks down. So you can scan a UPC from anywhere, and the same type of reader can read the data on that UPC, especially if it's connected back to the universal database. So a lot of stores just keep a local database with the UPCs that they have in stock. So it's not like they're just scanning anything, right? So a lot of times people scan it and it'll just say not in system. But the breakdown of the way those lines work, there's like certain segments of codes that break down region, item, manufacturer, and all these companies pay to be in that system and to generate those codes. Some stores, some retailers are so big that they'll have multiple UPCs assigned to them. And it's a numeric thing, the way almost like the way like a subnet works with you have your mask and you have your network address, and the way that breaks down with the bits. The UPC is very similar. I gotta go back to this Jose B. That's fantastic. BKK.FM. Yeah, I like to say BKK.FM. Like it drives Mike up a wall, but BKK.FM. And guys, if any of you listen to internet radio, if you live stream music, go check out BKK.FM. That's Mike's new project. Absolutely going to be awesome. And, Mike is taking it. Mike's is 10 years older than me. So, we're both of like the same generation, but we just have a little bit of distance between us. So he has a lot more of that when he came up in radio, because he was an old school radio guy. I didn't get into radio until the 90s when I was at college. But Mike has got a lot of that, like that really great, like edgy radio stuff from the 90s, the early 90s, late 80s. And he worked as an engineer in the 2000s for radio. So like he's got all these awesome, really cool, edgy, fun ideas, stuff that would like is reminiscent of that time, but is very much of internet radio and the lack of censorship and the lack of FCC. And I think the stuff that you're going to see on BKK.FM is going to be so much fun, so phenomenal, and just in ways that are very much Mike's personality and very much reminiscent of like those really great, like the Howard Stern era or even before that. And I think like if you go to the channel now, you can listen to the music, and he's got his promos and stuff on there. You hear the promos, you'll get a sense of what it's going to be, but it's this concept of like a local Bangkok radio station on a global scale, like global syndication. I think it's going to be really wild. Oh, yeah, Hike, was it a penny? I'll make you a BKK emoji along with 5 others for you when you get monetized and turn on Super Chat. Awesome. Thank you, dude. You rock. Savvy's the man. Hey, guys, again, check out Savvy's channel. We're going to be doing tomorrow night, U.S. time. We're going to be doing the first round of his game show, and it's me versus Suburban Beard. So, no, I'm up. Me and Suburban Beard are second round, so we both have a different opponent first round. He's got this crazy pool of Star Wars questions too. Everything from like not just canon either. He's got legends and lore questions in there. And last time I was just hanging out on his live stream, and there was a couple of the questions that he hit me with from the Star Wars stuff that were just like super niche detail stuff, like from novels, like Star Wars lore novels. So I was like, damn, I'm a Star Wars fan, and these are hard. So I've been going through some of the Star Wars old Star Warsapedia. It's called Wikipedia. It's like this old like this Star Wars pedia wiki, and I've been going through that and just trying to like brush up on some of the law because it's going to be tough. And I think Savvy, write it in the chat for me. The other, I think it's werewolves. We already did all the fruit and vegetable questions. I think it's werewolves, vampires, Star Wars, and there's another category, I believe. So yeah, Joe, at the end of the fight, did you when the guy was laying on the ground, did you rip your shirt off and scream "Thug Life"? Guten Tag. Oh man, I love German. Such a cool language. You get Willie Nelson doppelganger at all? Hey, do you guys have doppelgangers? A lot of my friends will tell me they think I look like Ethan Sulpy, the actor. He was in American History X and Unstoppable with Denzel Washington. He's actually a really good actor. I think he was on a TV show called My Name's Earl or something like that. But I know him from American History X, Remember the Titans, and Unstoppable. Those are like he was in Wolf of Wall Street as well. A lot of people tell me like me and him are doppelgangers. 40-minute workout, 2 hours with the cop, missed my dinner. Damn. Was the grandkid already in bed when you got home, Joe? Or is he still awake? That sucks. 2 hours with cops. Not cool. Not cool, man. I'm way behind on chat here. I got to catch up. LA, I get that a lot. Yeah, I can see the Willie Nelson thing quite a bit, especially with the hat and the goatee there. Yeah, you got a nice solid white beard too. Like I'm starting to get a little bit of gray in my beard. Not so much. I don't really have any hair to get gray hair in my hair. And then I trimmed my eyebrows last night, and Jib like hates it when I trim my eyebrows. And because I'll end up doing them too short most of the time. But my eyebrows, I'm starting to get like crazy old man eyebrows where they grow out like really big and bushy, and I get like all these weird stragglers coming out. And Jib's like, stop doing that. Dana, you even dabbled, or have you ever dabbled or ventured off in cobbling? Don't mind my verbiage. I'm slipped with mine, but to make shoes, yeah. So no, I've never dabbled with shoemaking specifically myself, as in the craft of it. I don't have the machines to do leather work, but I do shoe design. So I don't have any here on the table at the moment because they're off in the other workstation. There's a Thai shoe called Nanyang, which any of you guys who saw the Retired Working for You video with Chris, that's my favorite shoe in the world. My favorite sneaker. It's like it's a Thai version of Chucks basically, but I think they're way better than Chucks. They even have a rubber sole, 100% rubber sole made from Thai rubber, and it's just a canvas shoe. In my opinion, better made than Chucks, and it's wide. So I have wide feet, and so the Nanyang fits me. But I'll do designs on those, and I'll get the white versions, and I'll dye them myself. So like sneaker design from that respect, but I don't make them. And I've also done design for leather shoes, and I've worked with a shoe manufacturer here in Bangkok. I've had a couple of pairs of leather shoes made for myself. Jib's had a few, and then I've worked with clients and them to get like I'll design the shoe and they'll manufacture it because they have professional facilities for that I don't have access to. So, and again, shoemaking, there's a lot of different equipment, and so molding the leather, getting the uppers, the lowers, the sewing machine to stitch the sole onto the welt is a massive machine. It would like fit on the wall. They have huge motors, and you have to stand at it to work it. quite a difficult machine, a little bit bigger than I would be able to fit in the studio actually. And so I've designed shoes and had them made by my partners, but I've never made them myself. Yeah, I do have a doll made by Jib with me and Suburban. But actually, hold on, guys. I'll go grab that real quick. Excuse me for. I don't know where they are at the moment. I thought they were over at on my desk, but apparently not. Jib, if you know where the L Beard One dolls are, let me know, and I'll see if I can find them. Joe says, "What's up, Jib?" But yeah, I do have there's a doll of Jib. There's a doll of Josh and I. We sent my buddy Justin Hunt, the hip hop journalist, a version of himself as a doll, and then I've got we've got a few others in the work, few side projects on doll, or one very specific side project on a doll that you guys will see soon. We will be making a video about that. Back in the van with the black bangs on your head, going to a clandestine location sounds legit. Very legit, very legit. Cobbling as in peach cobbler or Geppetto's from Pinocchio. Geppetto from Pinocchio. Cobbling, yeah. Let me guess, like peach cobbler is a sign of a well-developed nation. Is it underground MMA or Mortal Kombat? It's not underground. It's a little underground, but it's a legit show. They're a real promotion. It's just that they're trying to keep. They don't want people just showing up, so they've kept the location a secret. Like the fighters don't even know right now. They're going to handle transport for everyone. So it's a bit that's the rundown of it. But yeah, it's going to be a cool event, I think. And it starts early. Like we've got to leave at 10 a.m. from the location, the pickup location, to get to the fight venue. And then, I think it finishes at like 6. Jibs at school. Ears are listening, hands are working. That's cool that you can at least listen, babe. I thought maybe you only listened to like to news and stuff while you were there, but Jib's not even allowed to. She can't take photos in her school. It's very because of where it is. It's actually inside the wall of the palace, so she's not allowed to take photos or video inside there at all. It's a security issue. Because they have there's a gate and like a security gate. They have guards. It's just like like you can't take photos inside the Pentagon, right? It's very similar. Yeah, he was talking about shoemakers, like making shoes. So I think shoe repair is called cobbler, and I think shoemaker is something different. But I knew what you meant, Savvy. I feel the urge to yell Mortal Kombat. Actually, if you guys like Mortal Kombat stuff, you'll like the Legend of Kung Fu video that I'm gonna drop on the channel this week, where I talk about the kung fu, the concept of kung fu, and I'll show the video that Jib and I made like a year and a half ago, and talk about the process, and I'll get Jib to to talk about it a bit as well. Dude, my Lowe's videos. Yeah, your last Lowe's video was also a great video, right, Josh? Like your last Lowe's video haul video did a really good. I think that was the one. And then you also had that's the one where you bought the door for like $12 or something, right? Favorite Mortal Kombat character? Probably Sub-Zero. Oh no, what was the other one? Scorpion, the guy who rips your head off with the uppercut. I thought that was a cool character. So I think Sub-Zero freezes you and then smashes you, and then Scorpion's like, "Get over here!" Uppercut, rips your head off. Yeah, Josh, good job with breaking out your stuff. Yeah, yeah, Savvy. Me too. I think is that Scorpion? Is that his name? Man, I can't remember. I remember Sub Zero's name, but Sub Zero like freezes you and then shatters you. Where I think his name was Scorpion, where he would like throw the harpoon into you, pull you back over to him, then uppercut and rip the head off. I thought that was the greatest fatality. Hey, Ralph, man, have a great night. Thank you for coming by. Hope you come back again. Here we go. BKK.FM, 29 days, 15 hours, 51 minutes, 40 seconds. Nice. 24 seconds. Yeah, Mike's got the countdown. I was talking to Mike. He put the countdown there basically just to hold himself accountable. He wants to be able to like have a date where he has to say, this is go time. This is where I start. I think I'm getting messages from, is that Jib? Oh no. Mike wants to have basically time to be able to tell himself like, this is when I have to be done by. And I think BKK.FM is just going to be phenomenal, and it's going to be so much fun. And Mike's was actually looking for a location to have the studio, and I sent him over to this mall over in Unknown that has like a pyramid in it, and he was all about like checking it out and seeing what was up, but might not be the best of locations. But he's looking for something like he wants something street level with like visibility. He's got this whole promotion plan with Lady Boys. It's gonna be wild. Raiden does the lightning. Raiden's a cool character too. I always like Street Fighter more than Mortal Kombat though. I thought it was the cartooniness of it was funny. Raiden. Yeah. Savvy's jumping into the Googles about it. I grow buds in Colorado with a guy named Jose, so everyone calls me Hoseby. Nice. You sure you're not Willie Nelson? You're growing buds in Colorado? Yeah, 1996 Telecommunications Act killed radio. Podcasting is the reincarnation of radio coming back with a vengeance. Absolutely hate the player, hate the game. Also, man, thank you for coming by. Good to see you here. And I saw you got your favorite rice at your local shop. Good deal. Yeah, the 96 Telecommunications Act is a bit of a shit show in general. I used to work in telecom for years and years as an engineer. And just the overall reach of that bill, it did a lot of good things, or that act by the FCC did a lot of good things, but it really hurt a lot of things as well. So, and of course, America being sensitive to so much stuff doesn't help. So podcasting, internet radio really is a positive step in a very good free speech direction. Your spitting image of my brother without the beard. Nice. Ethan is on a fitness vid. You look like twins. A lot of people say we look so much alike. I think he's a great actor. I really respect what he does. So I'm happy in that regard. Jib's, that's not called Jib's talking about my eyebrows. That's not called trim. Jib says I shave it, but see, like I don't use a razor, so that's trimming. As long as it's down to as long as I can still feel it and it's not down to the skin, it's not shaving, it's trimming. Yeah, the older I get, the more eyebrow and ear hair I get, and the less hair I have in my head. Yeah, I'm definitely, I started losing my hair in my late 20s, guys, and I used to have really long hair before that, and like really long. And at one point, I started to notice I was losing like a little spot in the front, and I knew that a lot of the guys on my mother's side of the family, like all of her brothers, like her father, they were all bald. And my father's side of the family, though, everyone had a full head of hair. So I was like, yeah, it's 50-50. If I start to lose it, I lose it. And when I said I was like in my late 20s, I had like a little spot where I started to lose hair. And I was like, all right, it's going to go. So I'll just cut it and keep it short. And it started to like between 27 and 30, I lost a little bit. Then like 30 to 35, I lost my hairline, just like went straight back. And then like since 35, it's just been a slow process of going away. And whatever, it's hair, right? It doesn't make that much of a difference to me. You have it or you don't. And I have a few friends who like freak out about like little spots, and they take all types of drugs to keep their hair and get injections, and or even if they're thinning out. I know guys who get injections in their scalp, or I knew two guys who did tattoos on their scalp when they thinned out to like try to make it look fuller. And to me, that's a bit ridiculous. It's just, let it go. If it's natural, it's natural. I mean, I don't see the point of holding on to like fighting it with vanity and like, try to get it to come back, or guys who get, especially like I know guys my age who have a wig. I know one guy my age that has a wig. I know a lot of guys my age doing Rogaine and the foam and all that stuff. But as far as like wigs, yeah, just one guy who actually not even a wig. They like sew it into his head. Man, I don't know. It's not for me. I just let it go. I'm bald. I tried growing my hair longer earlier this year last year when lockdown first hit. Like to the point where I had like a little ponytail with like my half head of hair. The problem is though, one, my hair is still falling out at an advanced rate, so I'd get long hairs everywhere in the house. And two, I would catch a view of myself in like elevator with a mirror. And when you have long hair and you're thinning out up top like I am, it just looks ridiculous. So I just went up to the bathroom one day and cut it all off. I was like, I've had enough of it. Dana Double Ganders, Uncle Fester with a beard. I'm everything with a beard, right? Bald on top since 21. Kojak haircut now. Nice. Yeah, like if my hair stabilized and like I knew I wasn't still losing the hair on top. If I had no hair on top at all, I have a little bit left, you guys can see, but it's quickly going away. If I had no hair left on top and the hair on the sides and back were stable, I'd grow it out again, no problem. But it's just with as much as my hair falls out on top now, it's not even worth it. I'll just wait a few years. Here, these are the guys, if you come by Savvy's channel for the live stream round one, these are the categories: Star Wars, polar bears, zombies, fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables is done unless you got new questions for that, Savvy. Werewolf, NFL football, and in 7 your Savvy Turtle plus prior final categories. I don't know about the final categories. That's gonna be a tough one. I have an Italian cobbler and Bane Fox, but been looking for one to make some custom Savvy sneakers that never get done before. Savvy, send me a DM on Twitter, man. I'll talk to you. We can work something out. If depending on what you want. Like if you want a leather sneaker, I can get that done. Or if you want to do, if you want a leather sneaker custom made, we can do that. If you want a canvas, like if you want a custom design Nanyang, we can do that. We can work something out. Eight potential potables. I feel the urge to have peach cobbler. I've got a can of peaches that I've been meaning to make peach cobbler for Jib and I for a while. I have to get on that. I've got like all the ingredients. I made pizza last night for the first time ever, making my own dough, making my own pizza. There were definitely some hiccups. It didn't come out perfect, especially I made one for Jib. So obviously I made my vegan version with no cheese, which is just sauce, which is how that's Rhode Island style pizza, like pizza strips. I grew up eating that. That's my favorite. But I made Jibs and then it didn't cook through all the way the first time. I put it back in the oven. I burnt the bottoms. I completely ruined hers. But she just ended up eating the toppings. I felt really bad. And also, it was a pan style pizza. So I did a double rise, rose it in the pan. Hey, Steve, man, thank you so much for the coffee. I just saw that pop up. Much appreciated, brother. Very much. I got to get the integration working where it pops up on the screen. That's next on the list. The pizza. So the dough on mine was good. I cooked it through good the first time. The sauce was really good. I got the recipe from a YouTube channel, this food YouTuber named Adam Raguzia, who I really love. He does really technical food breakdown videos and good recipes. So I essentially stole his recipe for the dough and sauce. And I tweaked it a little bit, but his. 100%. The dough came out really good. The mix was really good. I used a 50-50 blend of high gluten pizza flour and bread flour. Let it rise. I just did a 1-day rise. I don't have the containers yet for the fridge to do like a long ferment rise, but those are coming, so I'll be able to do that soon. Hopefully, I like long fermented dough. I think it develops a lot of good flavor. So I'll probably do. I might do another version of that Wednesday or maybe Tuesday, where I'll mix up a dough, let it rise, and for a day, come back and work on it. Because Wednesday I'm doing the live stream with Mike's, and then I've got a meeting in town I've got to get to. So, but yeah, peach cobbler, made pizza last night. I got to do peach cobbler. Maybe I'll do it. Depends on if Jib's home this Saturday coming up. I might do it this Saturday. Or if she goes back to her parents' house. Maybe we'll do peach cobbler as like a dessert. I'll grab some vanilla ice cream for Jib and some coconut ice cream for me to have with that. And the TV version of Uncle Fester, the live stream in Uncle Fester. New York cheesecake. Oh, man. I'm trying to think. Jib had, I got Jib New York cheesecake from somewhere not that long ago. And she said it was pretty good. It's kind of dense for Jib though. Jib doesn't eat. Jib can't put away big portions of stuff, so she's got to. She eats kind of small, so even if we go to Paula, which has good cake, she'll get like just the mini slice is kind of good for her if she had like a big portion of food. But if she gets a small portion of food, I know she's planning for a heavy dessert. That's how I always know. If she goes with the special, like the risotto or the pasta, especially not the lobster pasta, if they still have that. It's like a rock lobster cream sauce with penne. If she gets that, I know probably no dessert at all. But if she gets something a little bit on the lighter side, I know that she's going in for a full-size slice. So I saw Jib said they're in the green box on the white shelf behind my chair. Okay, I'm going to go see if I can grab these dolls real quick, guys. Keep this going. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, did I hit that 30-second mark? All right, so I got the dolls. So this is me. This is Beard One. Jib even got, this is representative of my hairline 6 years ago. This is L Beard. This is Josh. You can see he's got the pink ascot on. And no hair at all, but slightly lighter beard than my own. Oh, the other thing you can see on this is before I had the round glasses. So these are like my old glasses, but I've got the custom placket and the purple bottom. I don't know if that comes across as purple or blue in the camera. And Josh has got the blue bottom. And then this is the Jib with a more traditional tie dress. She's got the scarf, a little flower in her hair. So these dolls that Jib makes are based. This is her own design of doll, and she called it the Victoria doll originally. And when I first met Jib, she was working as a researcher. She worked at a clinic on the weekend, and then she would sell like her crochet dolls and stuff as her side hustle. So like she was always putting in work early on. But yeah, these are really cool dolls. Just a cute thing to kind of have up on the desk or put somewhere. Yeah, the fights. Rule 1: don't talk about Fight Club. Yeah, cobbler. Yeah, no, cobbler. Yeah, shoe repair. There's actually, I watch a couple of cobbler channels on YouTube just because I find the art, the craft of shoe repair so interesting, so amazing. It sounds like Bloodsport to me. Actually, didn't Bloodsport, was it Bloodsport that took place in Bangkok? All 4 of them are in my top 10 videos. Nice. All your Lowe's videos. Yeah, I think the fact that you find those deals at Lowe's still blows my mind, Josh. That's crazy. So I know all like any guy like basically between the ages of 20 and 60 has a favorite Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. Mine was always Hard Target. And actually, funny thing, I had the opportunity to be in Hard Target too. Jean-Claude Van Damme wasn't in it. He was attached to it somehow, but I didn't meet him. He wasn't there at the filming. It was Scott Adkins was the main actor. And so I was originally hired to be a referee in the movie. They were having an MMA fight. I was hired to be the MMA referee, and as I was a real referee. However, when I got to the set that day, the director came up to me and he was like, "Hey, you're way too big to be the referee for this fight because Scott and the other guy are both supposed to be middleweights, and they're like really more like lightweights. Like Scott might weigh 160 pounds at most, and he's jacked." So they asked me, he's like, "Hey, can I switch your role to be the corner man, Scott, one of Scott Atkins' cornermans?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, whatever." I'm like getting paid the same. I'm here for a day. It's fun to be on the movie set. That's actually where I met my really good friend David Asavana as well. He was the ring announcer in that movie. So me and David met there. But so I end up being the corner man for Scott Adkins in Hard Target 2. So if any of you guys have access to Hard Target 2, I think it's on Amazon. I think you can watch it for free on Amazon Prime or something. It was actually on Pirate Bay like 2 weeks before its release date. But it was a fun movie to work on. And it's cool that it has lineage to Hard Target, which was a John Woo film with Jean-Claude Van Damme, which again was one of my favorites growing up. Next to Bloodsport, next to Kickboxer, which were also, those were more like campy martial arts movies, whereas Hard Target was like a really fun action movie. But it was just kind of cool to have that lineage to a movie that I considered like one of my favorites and have a part in that. But there's a scene where I like at the end where I pick up Scott Adkins, and you can see how much bigger I am than him. And the guy who ended up being the referee was actually probably a little smaller than Scott. The Clue video, yeah, the Clue. Yeah, it was they were asking like the weapons in Clue in one of Savvy's videos. Does anyone make apple or peach cobbler in Thailand other than me at home? I don't know. I'm sure there are some restaurants that have it. You ever see the dudes on AGT or BGT that came on and broke Dance in Sync with the Mortal Kombat game? No, I don't think I've seen that. Savvy, can you send the link? Come by and chew the fat on BKKFMA. Yeah, man, go ahead. Savvy's live streams are called Chew the Fat. It's a lot of fun. Joe, you're a Shao Kahn guy, huh? Oh, Richard, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming by. Cordwainers make shoes. Cordwainers make shoes. Cobblers repair them. Okay, Richard. Okay. Cordwainer is a shoemaker. Okay, so they're not just called a shoemaker; it's a cordwainer. That's a cool. A little bit of knowledge there, guys. So it's not just shoemaker; it's a cordwainer. Cobblers are the repair guys, though. Yeah. I've never heard the word before either, Hike, but yeah, good one. Cordwainer. I'm gonna look that up. Figure out like what the etymology is and stuff. That's really cool. Telecom Act is the same as the GameStop BS, where stock up elites don't want healthy competition in their stale, dried out way. Yeah, I'll tell you one. The GameStop stuff was crazy. I had to explain to Jib what a short position was. It's not something, I don't even know if you can do a short position on stocks here in Thailand in the Thai market, in the Thai stock exchange. I don't know if it's allowed, but yeah, it's a crazy thing. And I love that the hedge funds basically got had, and that's so great. There's a shaving at too much battle already for embarrassed being about. Yeah, I mean, what it's genetic. Like, what do I care if I'm bald or not, right? Like, I can't change that. Like, I mean, I can get implants and hair tattoos and plugs. I know a guy who used to live here in Bangkok. He had the worst plugs, and he was a ginger, and he had his plugs were just like clearly visible. It was so weird because they're like so uniform. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't get it. Like I'm bald, I'm bald. If it's sunny, I wear a hat. That's about the extent of it. Bald is sexy. You're goddamn right, Savvy. You're goddamn right. Kickboxer, yeah. Kickboxer is a great movie too. So much fun. Savvy can be bald. Savvy can be without sponsors, roughing me up and enjoy your community so much. It's cool. Yeah, it's a cool site. The Buy Me a Coffee, and so coffee is the joke is that my New England accent comes out when I say coffee, right? And so if I had a British friend. The whole place it came from. I was out with my British friend. It was Jim and I and her were out having lunch, Sephora, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get coffee." And she's like, in her like proper London accent, she's like, pardon me. What'd you just say? What was that word? You said coffee. Coffee. Is that with an A? And I was like, oh, it's just the New England accent coming out. I grew up in Rhode Island, lived in Boston for so long. It's stuck with me over the years. In certain words, you'll hear it peek through. And I have a lot of friends who joke about the way I say it. So I always thought that was fun. And, Mike is a Bostonian guy. He grew up just outside of Boston. And so we often joke on the Bangkok Strange live stream, coffee. We will jump into our New England accents. Like, yo, Mikey, man, what's going on? We got coffee over here. We got to go Dunkin'. What's up? Go around Dunkin'. And, it's always been like a running gag with the old school accent from Rhode Island coming through. And I'm surprised sometimes, like if I'll say something that Jib's like, what did you just say? And I'm like, oh no, it's not a real word. Like, it's wicked pissa. Which I don't often say, but I'll joke it. And Jib's like, what's going on? So yeah, Joe says he likes his women with hair. Most of us do. Nice. Joe subscribed to Savvy Turtle. So Joe, we'll see you. You're gonna be on Team Dana for the finals on February 2nd. Then, absolutely. Hey, gotta love Thailand, man. How's it going? What's going on up in Surin? How's the weather? And how's your AQI today, Dave? We got right now in Bangkok 142. And my air purifier has got me okay in the studio. Tap the shell. Yeah, so Josh, I've been playing with OBS. I got the Streamlabs with OBS installed on the laptop. I just haven't had time to set it up yet. Not StreamYard, Streamlabs, right? The StreamYard. But I'll tell you something, the StreamYard website, dude, it's so easy. Like that's the thing. I can roll out of bed, make a coffee, and sit down, and boom, I'm in it with with StreamYard. I just jump on and I'm good to go. But I know Streamlabs with OBS or OBS in general is way more powerful. I've used it in the past. The ease of which I can roll in and do a live stream with StreamYard is so good. I know I'm way behind on comments, guys. I'm trying to catch up. Hike asks, why are you vegan and why not vegetarian? Seems like a vegetarian would be healthy enough. Yeah. So Hike, that's a good question. So I was vegetarian for a long time, and actually, Suburban Beard, when we lived in Cleveland, Suburban Beard knows I used to eat cheese quite a bit. There was a restaurant called Melt that made big grilled cheese sandwiches. They had something called the Melt Challenge, which was like 2 kilos of cheese on a sandwich. I tried it twice. Actually, once I went at lunchtime and tried it. Came back to the office with the food sweats. But so I met a cardiologist named Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn. He was a Cleveland Clinic cardiologist. He's very well known in the vegan community. And I met him at a event at the public library in Cleveland, or in the town I lived in, outside of Cleveland. And saw him give a talk. We had a few conversations over like a few months. And his research on like cardiac disease and all this stuff and animal protein was very moving to me. And that kind of made me sort of make the shift to full on vegan from vegetarian. Also, I mean, there's the fact that I am extremely lactose intolerant and have been since my 20s. I used to just basically say I was lactose ignorant, and I would take Lactate a lot to be able to digest cheese if I ate it. So if I even I took Lactate before the Melt Challenge and it didn't help. Or if I ate pizza, I would take Lactate and, just to be able to not, have stomach pains. But essentially, the whole idea. Oh, Mike's is on the live stream. He's taking off. Peace, brother. So the whole idea basically with the with being vegan is mostly to avoid cheese, and I was never a big fan of eggs anyway, so it's not that hard. I mean, I love cheese, don't get me wrong, but I can't eat it. That's the big problem. I just can't digest it. Any dairy. Even now, if I eat something with just a little bit of dairy in it by accident, I'm in extreme pain. And I'm in a really bad place for like a little while until the drugs kick in and clear it out. Dana, you or L Baird, remind me after this week final, and I'll hit you up with a savvy rain on you. Oh, my man, thank you. Just hit me up in a DM privately, so I don't want trolls banging. Yeah, no, I'll hit you up on Savvy. I'll hit you up on Twitter because we got the message. I still have to send you those screenshots you asked me for. I've just been crazy busy. Those are thanks, Rich. Yeah, so Jib made those, my wife, and she's a amazing crochet. I there's so much of her work here. I don't know if you can. I'll pull this over. It's just out of frame. That's a top she made. Is essentially a 3-button. Is it 3-button only? Yeah, three-button shawl with a hood that Jib knitted a while ago. Jib has some absolutely beautiful work, like shawls, scarves, hats, a bunch of stuff. And actually, the Hill Tribe project that Mike's and I do through Bangkok Strange actually started with Jib and I going up to this Hill Tribe school in northern Thailand, where they're off the grid completely, up in the mountains. And all of Jib's followers on her channel, Knit by Jib, donated hats and vests and scarves, and we brought all that up to the kids because up in the Hill Tribe, it gets down to like freezing sometimes, like overnight in the winter. Not daytime hours, it's still warm, but their overnight temperature can drop down to 1 degree, 0 degrees, 2 degrees. And so we brought all this warm stuff up there. We helped out at the school for a week. And it's something actually Mike and I were working on bringing solar up to the school to give them a storage unit and repair their solar panels. And actually Hugh, who's in the chat, has been a huge help with his emails, like on materials and stuff. But we can't go up to the Hill Tribe right now because a lot of them they're not immunocompromised, but they don't have the immune system of someone who lives in the city because they only really interact with the teachers and their own village. And they're so segregated from the population that going up there, if we were to have COVID, would to put the whole village at risk because of the way they live, because of the way they interact. Whereas like Thais don't they don't hug, they don't shake hands usually and stuff. They just why. A lot of the people in the Hill Tribe like hug and touch each other, and so there's a higher chance of contagion. And also they're hours away from a facility. It's a 4-hour drive by 4x4 into the mountains just to get to the village. So Mike and I will be going back up in the hopefully this year once vaccination and all that stuff is figured out, and the village is kind of a little bit better, is at a lower risk health wise. And I'm sure Jib will be sending up a bunch of knit and crochet stuff with us as well. Dang, I dig that. Yeah, the dolls are cool. Like I said, right now we got a special doll project in the work we're making a video about, and you guys will see that when it's done, and after it's given to its recipient. Oh, sorry. Go more hike. I know to pop into live streams and start hitting super chat, etc. support. Thank you, brother. Appreciate. Great movie. I'm good. Looking forward to the finale. Yeah. I can't wait for the. I can't wait for this month's finale. I'm upset that I got Beard in the second round. I was hoping to be in the finals with Suburban Beard, but we'll get there. Van Damme receiving Seagal in their prime. Oh, Van Damme all day. I think even in Steven Seagal's prime, I don't think his style was conducive to fighting. I mean, he's a bigger guy. Even when they were both in their prime, I think Seagal was physically bigger than Van Damme, but Van Damme's I think Van Damme has a more versatile skill set, and I think they have, and I think he has a little bit more mobility and speed. I'll put it, but I would pick in their prime. I'd pick Wesley Snipes on all of them, and then a prime Joe Rogan, or I would say like a 55-year-old Joe Rogan beats them all today. Yeah, I was never a huge Seagal fan. I mean, yeah, like was it the Siege, the one that was on the boat? Is that what that was called? Under Siege on the boat. And then he had a few other movies that were okay, but stylistically, Van Damme was better on movies. He was better. He's better to watch, in my opinion. And I just think his martial arts style, along with his flexibility and more athleticism over Seagal, gives Van Damme the edge. But then I think Wesley Snipes or Michael Jai White, in their prime, probably take both those guys. Yeah, the final's going to be good. Me versus Suburban Beard in round 2, though. That's where it's going to be at. Both got to get past round 1. I can't sleep on round 1. It's going to be tough. Joe just sent me something on Facebook Messenger. Let me take a look. Hey, Stuck, what's going on, man? How you doing? How's things in Florida? Are you rolling with oh, nice. It's Joe, I'm going to pop this up on the I'm just going to throw it on the camera here. I don't know if am I in focus? Joe made this meme. Go Team Dana on Savvy Turtle. Nice. Thank you, Joe. I'll throw that up on Facebook as well. I'll send it to Savvy. Where are we at? Knowledge. I value knowledge. Hikes on that Ty Lopez kick. Hey, Born Nomad Productions. How's things down in Oz right now? Down under. Yeah, Stuck agrees. Van Damme would destroy Seagal, but I don't care for either. Especially Seagal's. This is the thing. Like Van Damme has become increasingly self-aware with age. Like I don't know if you saw the movie JCVD, which is basically an action movie of him making fun of himself. As he's gotten older, he's become much more self-aware of like his own memeable status, I guess. Whereas Seagal still thinks, like in his own mind, it seems like Seagal thinks he's a legend or that he's like this great martial artist. He actually thought that like he was training Anderson Silva at one point. Oh, there we go. My chair was too low. So yeah, I think just in general, pop culture wise, Van Damme has just become much cooler with age, whereas Seagal has gotten really bitter and weathered not so well. Seagal is hanging out with Bronson now. I don't even know. Seagal, at one point, I thought Seagal had a stroke. I saw a video of him, like he couldn't get out of a chair and he was all like, maybe he had like what they call cerebral palsy or something where like his face was all droopy. It was strange. Thanks, though. Just I don't want to ignore people. Strangelings in the house. What's up, Pike? Strangelings. Mike's is wicked up, Duncan. Yeah, wicked pissa. Wicked pissa. I know Mike's not on the stream anymore. He messaged me. He's heading out. I'm on Mike's level behind on comments. Mike's has got the he's notorious for being behind on comments. I try to keep up on it, but when we're doing the Bangkok live streams, it's hilarious because Mike goes off on tangents and I go with him, and then I lose the comments. Next thing I know, we're like 40 minutes behind. Idea Squad in the house. Yep. But you go to the OBS and you go through StreamYard. Yeah, I think you're adding too many layers with that, Josh. Like OBS and StreamYard. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna spend maybe this week. I'll take like a couple hours. I'll sit down and I'll set up. Maybe I'll do like a test stream. I'll send you a link. I'm doing good, thanks. Building a new house. I remember one of your previous videos you were showing they did the ceremony for the foundation. How far along are you, Dave? SY is awesome to a point for For you may stay perfect, but as you grow, you may want to use Etem Mini, OBS, or Streamlabs. Yeah, no, I agree, Savvy. StreamYard is definitely, it's good to a point, right? And it has great features. It's easy just to jump on. Streamlabs with OBS, I think, looks like a really great option. I've got it installed on the laptop I use for streaming, but I've just got to get to the point where like I can spend some time to dial it in, and then I'm going to probably switch over to that. Above the Law and Hard Times are classic. Above the Law is a good movie. Yeah, can't argue with. I don't know, Hard Times. I don't know if I've seen, but Above the Law is a good one for sure. Ah, Joe, you vegan as well? Nice, man. Vegan guy growing bud out in Colorado. Looks like Willie Nelson. Hose B is a vegan. I think for me, it's been 10 or 12 years now as vegan. It's funny. I was telling Jib this the other day. I haven't eaten beef or pork in like 23, 24 years. Since I ate beef and pork, I ate chicken. There was a time in between. I first went vegetarian in like 1999. And then I switched to like a more of a pescatarian diet when I was a professional fighter. And then I started eating chicken more at the demands of my nutritionist so that I could keep packing on more muscle and have more protein in my diet. Him and my strength and conditioning coach were basically pushing me to like eat more protein and stop eating as much soy. And so I was eating more beans and more chicken, a lot more fish. Basically, and you don't have it like when I was a pro fighter, I didn't have a ton of money. So it's like cheap frozen chicken breast or chicken thigh. Actually, usually I get chicken thighs. One, they tasted better, and two, they were like cheaper than chicken breast. And then on top of that, Joe, you poured me another coffee, man. Thank you, brother. On top of that, I would eat a ton of tuna because tuna was cheap. Like if tuna went on sale, I would like fill my cart up with like $30 worth of tuna. And then rice and chicken. So for like for a big stretch of time while I was a fighter, and then afterwards for a while, I still ate a bunch of chicken and a bunch of tuna. And then I kind of phased back over to being vegetarian, and I would eat a lot of eggs. I ate a lot of eggs too while I was a fighter, like hard-boiled eggs, egg whites mostly, and then some omelets. And then I made the switch over to vegetarian, and then like again said, after I met Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn, I made the switch to vegan. And now like I've toyed with the idea a few times of like maybe going back to vegetarian or not. I don't know. Like I'm very comfortable with what I eat, and so it's not like super concerned to me. But like I see how Jib eats, right? Like Jib's not vegan or vegetarian at all. She eats an incredibly healthy diet. Jib has like the power of portion control that I don't have. I can definitely still eat way too much food, but like Jib, I would say is like a 90% vegan, and she eats a little bit of meat every day. And she has to. Jib actually tried a vegetarian diet or a vegan diet for a while and became anemic, right? Her body has, for whatever reason, she has issues with iron. And even eating a meat and eggs in her diet, her iron is always like borderline low. So, I mean, it's clearly not for everyone. I mean, I think different diets work well for different people. Jib could clearly never be vegan for the reason of, even with iron supplements, her iron got way too low. So, it wasn't a possibility. I take an iron supplement just in case, but I've never had iron issues. Just cause hike. Very funny. Very funny. You got to draw an emoji 3 styles. Hey, Doc B, what's up? I sent you an email last night, man. I don't know. I haven't checked my email yet today, so I'm not sure if you got it. Hey, your son Brian says hi. What's up, man? How's Wisconsin weather right now? That nice crispy Wisconsin evening. Nice and cold. I'm trying to get through here. Great. We'll tell the team now. Sift yours out. And nice. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like as soon as I tried to add, this is weird because I'd never added Savvy on Twitter, and I went to add him on Twitter and I was blocked. And so Josh hit him up for me, And Savvy was like, I have no idea what happened. We've never even talked on Twitter, and you were just blocked outright. It was the strangest thing. I thought you were trying to Chatry Sit Tong me. He's got me blocked on or One Championship has me blocked on Twitter. Hey Dana, good to catch up. Again, if you're strictly vegan, how do you get much needed B or choline? So I take supplements, Larry. I do take a B complex every day as well as a multivitamin. However, I add nutritional yeast into some of my food, which has B12 and all the B's in it. But yeah, you do have to. You could get, if you were really strict with your diet, you could get all of your nutrients from a vegan diet. But I mean, you have to control every single calorie that you eat to be able to get everything. It is, I don't know. It's technically possible in theory. I don't know that's actually physically possible. I know I've met other vegans who take it really extreme, and they'll tell you like, oh, you don't need supplements if you're a vegan. You know, don't worry about it. Your body will figure it out. I think that's complete bull. You should, in my opinion, you should always be taking a vitamin to make up for any deficit that you're going to have in your diet, depending on what you eat. Like if you eat meat every day, like don't take a B supplement. That's stupid. You get plenty of B from meat. As a vegan, it's increasingly hard to get B from natural sources. So supplement, play it safe. And I take a full regimen of supplements every day anyway. I have an anti-aging supplements regimen that I take of supplements, and BCAAs. Obviously, I don't take whey protein. Most whey, even whey isolate, has lactose in it and will make me sick. The thing that kills me is it drives me crazy, Larry. I love potato chips, and so many potato chips have lactose or milk powder in the seasoning, so that I always have to check the labels on potato chips, and I'll end up buy something like if I order groceries online, and it will come, and it will have milk powder in the recipe, and Jib will end up having to eat it. Like I bought Scott Bonnet flavored potato chips, and I had milk powder, and Jib doesn't like spicy potato chips, and she's like, now I'm stuck eating these damn potato chips because you can't. But yeah, so funny. But yeah, so there's definitely this supplementation that's got to be involved, and I'm fortunate that before being a crafter, before being full-time in craft, Jib was a nutritionist and a researcher. So she did a lot of nutrition research. And so she oftentimes helps me, to understand if I have deficits or if what I'm eating lends itself to being deficit in some way. But now I just try to eat a lot of vegetables. I still eat way too much carbs. A lot of food that I really enjoy, like pizza. Like I said, I made pizza the other night. Do I think being vegan is a perfect diet? No, not necessarily for everyone, but I feel very good when I eat a very vegetable heavy diet. So there's that aspect of it too, is how I feel. Again, I just try to take a scientific approach. I understand. I don't fully understand, but I understand from my conversations with Dr. Eselson, like the benefits of being vegan from a cardiovascular perspective, and certain things that you do within your diet. I don't think he's 100% right. That's not science. There's no one person in science that's 100% right. A lot of it's based on consensus. Some of his work has consensus, is peer reviewed and published, and people, there are benefits to it. There's doctors with a lot of nutritional, cardiovascular health research out there. You have to look at a full range of research to make decisions on your health. I never try to push veganism on anyone, and I even hate the word vegan because it implies so many other things. A plant-based diet, eating vegetables is good. If you eat vegetables, no matter what else you eat, for the most part, you're in a pretty good spot. So eat your veggies. That's all I'll say. If you want to have a burger, slap a tomato on it. I don't know. Burgers are delicious, right? I mean, people eat meat because it tastes good. I mean, and there's health benefits to meat too. I think everything in moderation I don't want to get off on diet. I think that people find diet annoying, or like, if I don't want to be preachy about like food, right? Like I think like if you're healthy, you eat what you like, right? In moderation, French fries could be okay. Don't go supersize me and eat McDonald's 3 times a day every day. That won't be good. But yeah, like if you have a burger, you slap some veggies on it, mushrooms are delicious on a burger, tomato, lettuce, whatever. Um, Eat a salad once in a while. I don't know, some carrot sticks. But yeah, supplementation, Larry. To answer the question, I take supplements. All right, let me jump ahead here. Dr. B, I put Mike Murphy against all of them. Who's Mike Murphy? That's a good question. I don't know either. Let's see if he answers down below. Awesome. Take a repost after Dana sends it. All right. So, what? Just the greatest operator in NSW history. What? I'm all lost here. New South Wales. Joe says, please look at the one before the turtle. All right, let me. Joe with the buy me a coffee menu. I love you, brother. You're great. Before the turtle. All right, I'll throw this up here. Joe found my true life doppelganger. The text isn't going into focus, but it says, "Oh yes, Dana doppelganger." So, I don't know if that's a bearded woman or a bearded lady boy. I'm not sure. A tranny drag queen, a bearded drag queen. They got the piercing between the eyes. I always found that to be an odd one. The piercing that goes between the eyes. I feel like it would always catch your vision. I just saw Savvy had one. If you copy it and name the meme Team Dana on Savvy Turtle in this format and post this version, Google Brian will snag it and throw it to the top of Savvy Surfs. And all right. So I'll throw it up on Twitter, Savvy, and hashtag Team Dana. Not many layers. It's easier when you have the people remote in. Maybe. So Born Nomad AU has been doing pretty well until last night. UK strain breakout. Oh, what state? What state is the breakout in Born Nomad? Yeah, just like Inception. Be careful of too many layers. 2 weeks without a case in the wild, and now, damn. Yeah, man, that's how it was in Thailand, Born Nomad, too. We were doing so well, and then the shrimp market breakout happened, and it just went rampant. We had like 800 the other day. Inception was a great movie, man. Every Nolan movie is so good, all the way back to like Memento, but the Batman trilogy. I mean, Tenet. I'm still thinking about Tenet. Like I still have conversations with people about Tenet and how amazing it was. Navy Special Warfare. Mike Murphy was a Navy SEAL. He was known as one of the hardest MFers of the team and that Spec Ops community as a whole. Yeah, but he wasn't a movie guy, Dr. B. He's a real life badass. We're talking about fake badasses from the movies. Eat more chicken or cows or plants, just no turtle soup. Yeah, I've never had turtle. I think it's big in Japan, turtle soup. I'm not sure. I don't think it's a American thing, or I don't think in the rest of Asia, maybe China, they eat turtle, but Japan, it's big. Yeah, I don't think it's I've never seen it in Thailand. Pretty cool. Took over 27 rounds to take him down. 27 rounds for like a takedown, or just to beat like an actual takedown, Dr. B? Damn security guard at ASQ Hotel dropped the ball and had another job. Oh, damn. Not cool. Not cool. Yeah, we have like I said, man, here it's been up and down. I mean, we've never hit 1,000 cases a day yet. Like my friends in Malaysia, man, they're really struggling. Malaysia's in a rough spot. They've got a third just under half the population of Thailand, and their numbers are like triple ours. Thailand, the Thai government, say what you will about the lockdowns or whatever, or like other political issues, like I don't want to get involved with, but as far as like controlling the spread of COVID and the way they've addressed it, I think the Thai government has done a fantastic job. And of course, the lockdown's tough. It's tough on business in general, but it's done we've got, I think there's 70 deaths right now total from COVID in Thailand, and we've done a good job controlling the spread. And the leadership here made very difficult decisions that needed to be made that were unpopular and will probably hurt them long term, but it helped Thailand in the immediate. And I think it will benefit Thailand, in the long term as well when the economy can recover. I hope, like I said, I think they've just done a great job with the way they've approached it. Soft shell turtle ate a lot of it and lived on the river. Really? So people in America eat turtle stock? I didn't know that. Yeah, rolled oats, lentils are Joe or Hose B. Yeah, man. Lentils and rolled oats are a big part of mine. Chickpeas as well. Yeah, rolled oats are a great meal. That with some, I like walnut milk, which is one I can get out here. Walnut milk with rolled oats and a little bit of flax, maybe some fruit in there, local fresh fruit. That's a great meal right there. Lentils, like for your protein, like post-workout, lentils or chickpeas, any type of bean is a great piece of great meal for post-workout, especially great protein, but lentils especially. I've got dried lentils. The problem I've had with dried lentils out here is that they tend to be a little older and they're a little bit more difficult to cook up. So that can be a challenge. But yeah, I do love lentils. For sure. What does the tea say, Dana? This one is Planet Express. From Futurama. It's the Planet Express logo, Savvy. But it takes two beards to make things right. Yeah. It takes two beards to make it out of sight. Get my video on the snow day. I got your email. I'm probably not nice. I did see, I think I saw your video about like driving in the snow, Dr. B. Bacon butter. Bacon butter is good stuff, man. It's two great items combined that, bacon and butter by themselves are both amazing, right? You put them together, they're definitely more than the sum of their parts. AIs, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah, and it's still so like tweaky, right? Want to bury these people. They are so close to vaccine and now back to massive contact tracing. Yeah. No, so we've got an app here in Thailand. A lot of people like complain about it, but it does the auto contact tracing for me now with Bluetooth beacons and GPS. Runs my battery down a bit quick, but man, I'll tell you what, like not having to scan in everywhere and just know that it tracks and like it tracks your proximity to other people when you're not in shop. So a little sketchy, like minority report wise tech, but from the perspective of contact tracing, that level of tech is so important. So I know a lot of people refuse to install it. I keep it on my phone though. Thousands of hours of nutritional study. Yeah. Definitely, Hose B, I would definitely agree that you got to ask, you got to talk to your doctor, right? And I always talk to my doctor about diet. And I'm fortunate that, like I said, Jib was a nutritionist, a dietitian and a nutrition researcher previously. So actually, when we first started dating, my diet was really bad. I ran every day when Jib and I first met. I was running like 15 kilometers a day. And her and I met, and at the time my diet was almost exclusively for breakfast every day. I would eat fresh fruit from the local market, usually watermelon or dragon fruit, sometimes papaya. Depends on what was available fresh. And then for lunch and dinner, I would essentially eat the same thing, somtum, which is papaya salad with sticky rice. And Jib sent me a spreadsheet, like we were like a couple weeks into dating. And she sent me a spreadsheet with like highlighting all the nutrients I was missing. You're correct. Supplements important. Also, watch the oil. The chips are fried, high in carbs. Yeah, I do have to like not like carbs in general make up way too much of my diet especially for the level of exercise I do. I don't disagree with that. The chips, yeah, I try to avoid deep fried things. So there's I shouldn't. I love potato chips. I don't eat them all the time, but I should like avoid them much more because you're right. The things that are fried, deep fried, are not good for you in general. There is an importance to have oil though, or some type of fat with your food, because your body does need fat, and a lot of nutrients are actually fat soluble. So you don't get full nutrient profile from your food if you don't eat it with fat. That's something that Jib gets on me about a lot. So like even like if one of the things I love to eat is a stewed cabbage, but I have to make sure like I throw a little bit of olive oil in the pot, and usually I'll like soften up some shallots or some onion and some garlic in the oil, just so that I know when when I add water and stew the cabbage down, that there will be enough nutrients pulled out, that I'll have enough, at least a little bit of fat to make the fat soluble nutrients digestible. There is vegan cornbread, Hike. I know Hike is a big fan of cornbread and always says it's a sign of a well-developed nation. So you can definitely get some vegan cornbread that's not bad at all. I got cornmeal. I used cornmeal on my pan pizza the other day. I put it in the pan to keep it from sticking. Over my shell, Dana. Nice. Yes, if you don't cook it in bacon drippings, right? Or if you don't add bacon to the cornbread. But yeah, vegan cornbread is actually really good. Yeah, Super Size Me was like really one of the first documentaries that caught my attention. Or not caught my attention, but like made me like really interested in like that documentary storytelling style that Morgan Spurlock has. I think he does it really well, like better than most people, to tell a story from his perspective, to be the narrator, but also like the subject of the documentary. I think that was really kind of like a change my view on documentaries at that time. Yes, veggies are a must. That's Mrs. Beard. Yeah, the one that Joe sent. Oh, love the scissors tat. Thanks, man. Yeah, I got the big shares on the inside, and then my little thread snips on the outside. I actually have my industrial Juki tattooed up there as well. And actually, for Jib, I've got there you can see it, the knitted heart with the cross needles. So I've got the hipster bear here as well. I don't know the best way to. There we go. The hipster bear with the fedora. That's so my nickname for my Thai friends is P Me, and so I got the P Me's big bear or brother bear, and so I got that tattooed on. I thought that was just like a cool. I always joke it's a self portrait. It's a bear with a beard and a fedora hat, little squinty eyes. Can you get butter beans in Thailand? Yes, you can get butter beans for sure. I've got them occasionally. Also, Western Australia is got, so like Perth is Western Australia. Is that right, Born Nomad? That's where the outbreak is. Dana, who's on Team Dana? So now it's going to be you, Joe. Better not be joining Team Suburban Beard. You're on Team Dana. Movie Lone Survivor. He was. Oh, that's the guy from Lone Survivor. Okay, yeah, I've seen Lone Survivor. Dana, just let your team Dana know all are cool with Savvy. Welcome your open arms. Just do your best to catch your. Yeah. You don't. Savvy gave it to me. I drop a few too many curse words on the live stream. He had to straighten me out. But yeah, guys, come by. Like I said, tomorrow night on Savvy's channel, be on Team Dana. Yeah, it's a Maki Wahlberg from freaking Southie. You can come. That's a good movie though, Lone Survivor. Chocolate caramel turtles are the only turtles I'm eating. Oh yeah, chocolate caramel turtles. They have nuts in them, right, Steve? Pecans, is that right? Sounds like you have an allergic sensitivity to casein milk proteins. Lactose intolerance wouldn't mess you up so badly. I can't tolerate either. COVID cheese lungs. Yeah, I might have an allergic reaction to casein. That's true, but yeah, I get extreme pains with any dairy product, and even things that are supposed to be like lactose free do bother me. So that's a good point. Like I accidentally drank a drink that had coffee creamer in it once, which if you don't know, most coffee creamers, even if they say dairy free, are actually casein, and so it won't have lactose in it. The lactose will have been extracted. So yeah, it very well might be the case, but I also am lactose intolerant. I know that for a fact. No Mark Wahlberg. Chocolate milk. It's vegetarian. Yeah, milk. Most vegetarians drink milk. Actually, there's a great company here in Thailand called I think it's called. I know I'm gonna mess it up. I don't want to. I'll call it the wrong name, and Jib will be like, "No, that's not it." But they come in glass bottles, and they make a great double chocolate soy milk that's vegan. So good. I thought it said ANET. Chocolate soy milk. Well, regular chocolate milk would be vegetarian, right? But not vegan. But chocolate soy milk, the one they sell at like 7-Eleven or Big C, the one in the glass bottles, it's not. I want to say it's Vitasoy, but I'm sure that's not it. Vitasoy is a different. No, that's lactose soy. So this one's Vita something. But it comes in a glass bottle. They have a vegan chocolate and vegan Thai tea, which is so good. Do you get walnut milk from Soy Cowboy? No, Soy Cowboy is where you go for spicy sausage, Joe. Spicy sausage. Definitely. Not walnut milk. You get walnut milk down at Nana, Soy 11. Needs coffee. It needs coffee. Man. What is it, like 10 p.m.? It's about to be 10 p.m. there. I ate enough sardines and liver to get my B12. Oh, yeah. Sardines and liver. Man, I used to eat a lot of sardines when I was a fighter, too, because we would get them on sale like $4 for $1. Sardines and hot sauce were always my favorite. Put them on toast and just eat it like a straight sandwich. Your skin tone looks good there. You're a handsome dude without sour. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Doesn't matter who tells me I'm handsome. I'm going to listen. Okay. So Jib with the knowledge here. A, D, E, K are fat soluble vitamins. Yes. And so a little bit of olive oil or a little bit of rice bran oil goes a long way in the dish. I thought Spurlock overplayed it a bit, Steve, but still good documentary. Yeah, no doubt. Like the whole sitting in the car puking thing. Did he ham it up? Yes, but I think that style of storytelling was, again, it was eye-opening for me from the perspective of like, oh, you could insert yourself as the subject of the story you're telling. And I think the whole reason, one, to do that allows him to control the narrative more. But, two, obviously puts you in a different position in front of the camera as opposed to behind it, where a lot of documentarians will be exclusively behind the camera. And then you'll see like a Spurlock or a Michael Moore. And, and a lot of people, hate him or love him, right? He does tell a good story from a documentary perspective, inserting himself as essentially the protagonist in the movie. Michael Moore, whether you agree with his political views or not, it's difficult to argue that his movies are not good. from a filmmaking perspective, maybe not always from a documentary perspective or the truthful side of storytelling. They're very skewed, but it's not like he's trying to sell things as unbiased. And I think to a greater extent, like YouTubers like Casey Neistat, have taken a very similar narrative approach and done very well with it. And that's been a big influence on, pop culture from a YouTube social media perspective, that way that people look at it. So, yeah, I mean, it's been influential for a lot of things. Did he ham it up a bit? Absolutely. Was it good storytelling? In my opinion, yes. That all I can say is from my opinion. Larry says coconut, avocado, and olive oils are all good. Good on you, stock flour. Yeah, they're loaded with B12. Yeah, man, avocado oil, tough to get out here. Coconut oil, obviously easy and cheap to get here. More expensive than other oils. Olive oil you can get here, but it tends to be a bit on the pricey side. But when I see it on sale, when I see extra virgin olive oil on sale, I'll grab it. Yeah, Perth. Okay, nice. Well, not nice, but okay. My geography's not so bad. So the whole western side of Australia is just one state, Born Nomad. I keep peanut butter, sardine, and crackers in my work truck. They're good energy. Together? You eat them together or separately? Like sardine and crackers I can get, peanut butter and crackers I can get, sardine, peanut butter and crackers, maybe not together. I like Marmite and Vegemite. I don't know if you guys have ever had that. It's Marmite's British, Vegemite's Australian. I prefer Marmite. I think it's a better flavor, a little stickier too. But that on bread, ton of B12 in that. It's made from brewer's yeast. Like it's made from used brewer's yeast from beer. Very delicious in like a small amount on bread. And I use it in like a stir fry sometimes if I want to add like a meaty kind of flavor to it, like a minerally meaty flavor. I'll put like a half a teaspoon of Marmite into the stir fry and let that melt in. It creates a nice like meatiness, especially if I've got like a lot of mushrooms in there. It'll kind of take on that texture. Sardines taste okay by themselves. I never think I've eaten them. Usually they come in either oil, water, or like mustard or hot sauce. I like the ones in hot sauce or mustard. Ones in oil are good though. Joe says, I have a tattoo, Wendy, when it gets hard. It says, welcome to Jamaica. Very funny. Very funny, Joe. It's a short sentence though. I mean, why don't you go with something longer? I get them with hot sauce or serrano peppers, and I think the sardines with hot sauce are always my favorite. Like I think it's usually like a very vinegary hot sauce too, which I like. Here's Jib with the correction. It's Vita Milk, not Vita Soy. Okay. Yeah, so the Vita Milk in 7-Eleven in Thailand, vegan soy milk. There are some soy milks here that are mixed with lactose or mixed with milk. Vita Milk, double chocolate or Vitamilk Thai tea is amazing. A lot of sugar, but oh my god, such a nice drink. Especially like a dessert drink. A glass of that is so good. Oh, Jib, Joe hopes that school's going good today. Yeah, exactly. Spurlock vomiting in the car pretty early in the 30 days. He ate a quarter pounder of fries. Come on. Yeah, I think it was actually his first one too, Steve. Like he eats his first one and then just throws up. The other thing that I thought was interesting in that movie is his girlfriend at the time was a vegan chef. And so like she did this, and I thought this was like really over the top, like this whole detox meal plan for him after the 30 days. I thought that was a bit odd. There's really no scientific literature talking about like that supports the idea that you can detox your body with a diet or a drink. It's essentially the function of your liver. If your liver is working well, and you get on a healthy diet, no matter what you're eating, it'll do the job. So yeah, there are some things that were not great about the documentary, but its impact from a storytelling perspective, really good, or really influential in my perspective. Good morning to Jib from Stock. Okay, Stuck separately. Yes. Okay, just making sure. But yeah, peanut butter is a great energy boost. Crackers are a great energy boost, and so are sardines. Yeah, but I can see again, crackers and sardines great together. Crackers and peanut butter great together. The three. That's why I was like, really, the three? No, I don't. I don't think so. Stock, please, no. Suburban Bear at Hike's looking for any penny deals you got for sardines. He's looking to try them. You know, sardines have a long shelf life. You can probably find some penny deals on those Hike. Sherlock Gnomes, great. First off, great name. Love the play there. Marmite plus hit puts hair on your chest, as we say in the UK. Yeah, I put it on in my stews. Yeah, and like if I make a soup and I put like a spoonful in there, it adds a nice depth to the flavor. But I love it just on like a little piece of like a piece of bread with just Marmite. Man, that's a great snack. Um, yeah, like I think that's fantastic. The the Marmite on anything. It's great B12s, just good flavor. It's funny because a lot of my British friends, I was like, oh, I want to try this because it has B12 in it, it has B vitamins in it. They're like, oh, you know, Americans don't like it. It's not a good flavor. You have to eat it growing up. You get used to it. But I don't know, like the mineraliness of it, man, really is nice flavor to it. I love it. Yeah, I use Marmite in my vegetable stock for yeah, man. It adds a ton of depth and flavor. It's use it in cooking. It's like so many people don't. It's like the most underrated thing. I love it. It is fantastic. Uh what's umami? Umami Hike is the fifth flavor, right? So it's like what you taste when you eat meat. It's that savory, deep like umami is hard to describe it without using the word, I think, but it's like a very savory, rich flavor. Like if you add MSG to anything, you get more umami coming out of it. Mushrooms are a good example of umami, or like, you know, take a bite of steak with no seasoning, ground beef burger with no seasoning. That flavor, that depth is umami that you develop. Yeah, really. If you can add that to like a vegetarian dish, it changes it completely. Like adding like I have a mushroom extract powder that I get here at in Thailand. You can buy it at 7-Eleven. Um, add that to like a stew, it adds a ton of umami depth. Even if I'm cooking mushrooms, I'll put a pinch of that in, and it really deepens the umami in the mushrooms. Yeah, mustard and Tabasco with sardines, like good combo. Mustard is great too by itself. Like it's a great flavor enhancer for a lot of things. Jib says her school day's going good. How's your feedback on the Rama 9 piece, babe? Jib's been working on a beautiful Rama 9 piece. Really cool techniques, and that's one of the things she's been working on. That really, I think we showed it in one of the videos, or it's the if you guys saw the retired working for you video, that's the piece she's working on in that. Oh no, she was working on the triangle piece in that video. Yeah, we'll get it on video next time she brings it home. We'll include it. Yeah, umami tastes like savory but better, right? Like it's good. Umami is good, right? There's nothing bad about umami. Yeah, almond milk. I like almond milk. Just walnut milk has a little bit more body to me, which is why I get the walnut milk. It's just preference, but almond milk is nice. I've had pistachio milk too. I'm not a fan. Not a huge fan of pistachio milk. Jib says morning stuck. Yeah, no, I agree. Like the sardines with mustard, really good, man. Mustard's a great flavor with sardines. The ones in water, like the ones in just brine, those are the worst to me. Olive oil is good. Like sardines and olive oil is like good. It's passable. Sardines and mustard, really good. Sardines and hot sauce, the best. Where do I see myself in 5 years? Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, it's a tough one to think about. I plan like a year ahead, sometimes 18 months, but 5 years, I'd like to see myself doing more of what I do now at a higher level. So just improving, getting better, growing. a year from now, Jib and I have plans for where we'll be at a year from now, from 2 years from now, together and separately. Like Jib has plans for after she graduates from this program. What is she going to do? I have plans for where the business is going to go, what I want to do with it. And there's some things in play right now that are kind of, driving it in a different direction. So we'll see where that in the next couple of weeks, I'll probably be talking about this a lot more. But there are things on the table right now that are really interesting as far as like what I could be doing in the next 5 years and what I could be doing in the near future, and that will change the directions of a few things. But you have to seize opportunity when it presents itself, if it's the right opportunity, if it aligns with what you want to do. So, I'm doing due diligence on something right now that could be very interesting. And again, it's a little bit of a tease. I'll talk about that a little bit more as the time comes. Yeah, pretty much we don't talk much about Northern Territory in the middle, full of crocs, snakes, etc., and us on the East Coast fighting the battle. Yeah, it's weird. The Northern Territory is kind of like really desolate, right? And then there's only, what is it? Darwin is the big city in the north, and then the middle is just, it's mining, right? In the middle of Australia, like really unhospitable parts of the country. And then you got Perth is like I remember reading somewhere Perth is the most isolated major city in the world. Like it's a major city, very big population, but to get to any other major city is like essentially a flight. Like you could drive, but it takes more than a day. MSG is everybody's friend. Absolutely. MSG is fantastic. You throw MSG in any little dish and just a pinch, right? Makes a big difference. Like the smallest amount. It's easy to overdo MSG. Jim and I were talking with Mike about this the other day because there's a Chinese restaurant that we love to go to, and it has both a vegan and non-vegan menu. So like it has regular meat, like a regular Chinese dishes, and then they have a vegan Chinese dishes. So it's a good place for Jib and I to go together because she can get whatever she wants, like pork, chicken, beef, whatever, and I can get a vegan dish. They use so much MSG though. Both of us will leave there and our face will be numb. Like the tip of my nose, my ears will be numb. Jib will be red. Delicious food, but way too much MSG, but very good. So we don't go there often. Hot sauce pretty much on everything is good. Damn right, man. Hot sauce on anything. So, and so many different styles of hot sauce. Like you can really change a whole dish different ways with different hot sauces. I'm loving the Dr. Aspirin that Joe sent me now. I had that on some rice and beans the other day. It was fantastic. Yeah, true when it comes to MSG. Everyone's friend. In Thailand, Dana, Beard, D, and Hike. Yeah. So D and Nick, the Nimmons, yeah, they live up north. Good guys. I know Nick. I've never met D. I've seen his videos, obviously, but me and Nick have met when he was in Bangkok and hung out, had coffee, and we chat online. So he's just a cool guy, man. Like on top of making great content, just really cool. Oh, born nomad. Sorry, Vegemite wins hands down. I don't mind Vegemite, but I prefer Marmite. But if I choose between the two of them, I pick Marmite all day. But they're both really good. I'll tell you what, Vegemite is easier to like put on stuff because it's not as soft and sticky. But I prefer the flavor of Marmite. Yeah, I put hot sauce and or chili sauce and lime on at least half my food. Yeah, lime is another thing, man. A little bit of acid from lime, little bit of lime juice adds that little bit of acidity to dishes, changes the game. Aussie meat pies. Also, before COVID, I used to have my Aussie meat pies and sauce air shipped weekly. Aussie meat pie. What's that? It's just like a regular meat pie, or it's like a kangaroo in it. Big thing here. I'm not normally in Australia, so maybe more now. Escargot and chili sauce. Only thing with almond milk is if I drink too much of it, it makes me sick. If you drink too much of anything, it can make you sick, right? I drink too much bourbon, it makes me sick. Never tried walnut milk. I never had it till I lived here in Thailand. Stuck. There's a company called 137 that makes it. It's really good. They make on walnut, almond, and pistachio milk. Never been to Australia. Sounds like I'm not missing too much either. No cornbread. I haven't been to Oz yet either. I really want to go. I have a very good friend who lives in Perth and another friend in Melbourne. So I want to get out, visit, meet up with people and just like experience on Australia. New Zealand's another one. Like I've never been to New Zealand yet. Really want to go. And living in Asia, it's very accessible. Like if you're in the US to get to Australia, or New Zealand, crazy flights. But for me, it's like 6 hours. I can be in Perth. Hang out in Perth for a few days and then catch another flight out east to Eastern Australia. But I want to go to Tasmania too. For some reason, I have like this obsession with Tasmania. I want to visit. At one point, like I was trying to convince Jib we should move to Hobart, and she's like, they have winter. You're not gonna be able to do it. It's in the middle, and like she basically is an island in the middle of like nowhere off the coast of Australia. She's like, you're not going to be able to survive. And I talked to someone who lived there, and he was like, yeah, dude, if you love Bangkok, Hobart's not the place for you. But I still want to visit. I have a obsession with it for some reason. And I'm sure like I'll see it and I'll be like, oh, it's cool. But yeah, I couldn't live here. Like having access to a SkyTrain and a subway and like Songtels and amazing street food. It's tough to think about living anywhere that doesn't have these things. Yeah, definitely. Almond milk's not for everyone. Stock for sure. It's the nut milks in general. Like a lot of people really like them or they hate them. There's very little like neutrality about it for some reason. I think it has a unique texture too, which puts a lot of people off. AU has the best meat pies. I miss them so much on the road. So what are what's in an Australian meat pie? I don't even know. Hike, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Joe throwing it back at you. Teacher didn't come. She'll be in class later. Okay. Hike, real quick on my head. If you, Nicky D, and Beard were sentenced to life without parole, but given the option to be free, would you choose A, join the Hunger Games, B, airdropped into Jurassic Park? Oh, Hunger Games. I think I could win the Hunger Games for sure. Dinosaurs, I don't know if I do so. Especially they get all those small dinosaurs that are super vicious. So I think Hunger Games, and at least if I go out having fun. Stuck, nice. 5 years to be getting ready to retire, man. Nice. Then coming to Florida or coming to Thailand after that. $10 years later than planned, but getting there. Man, everyone, plans change, man. Plans change. God damn, 8-hour flight from Perth to Sydney. Oh man, with a headwind, AU is large. Only thing in the middle of Australia is mining and Pine Gap. Pine Gap, what's that? Yeah, so actually it's funny because Australia doesn't look that big on the map, but it's actually as big as America. Yeah, so 8-hour makes sense. But yeah, Perth, the funny thing about Perth, it's the same time zone as Malaysia. So it's only 1 hour ahead of Bangkok. And Hike says 5 years might take a stab at moving overseas. I got an eye for my next trip to scope out Philippines. I mean, I would say go. Definitely check it out, Hike, but I don't know, man. I know Mike. Talk to Mike. He's been there a lot more than me. I've only been to Manila, man. So Mike's been all over the countryside, been to different islands. Philippines is cool, but there's something about it that's I don't know. Something about the Philippines I don't dig. And Thailand is a much friendlier place to me. There was a guy, I saw a guy made a documentary on YouTube, Joe. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. On he rode his motorcycle right across the middle of Australia and camped out along the way. But apparently there's like a lot of sketchy shit in the middle of Australia, like communes and hippie camps and shit, like places where people shouldn't be living, like just because it's so unhospitable. You run into this stuff. But yeah, he drove across, and then like crocodile stuff like that. But yeah, he drove across with his motorcycle. It looked like a great trip. A lot of trucks though, a lot of like trucks that are just, he would get buzzed by trucks all the time, doing like 150 kilometers an hour through the middle of Australia. Senior Frank says Vegemite and Marmite taste like weaponized food. I can see where you might think that, man, but to me they're delicious. Like, especially if you got to use it in moderation. You can't just eat a spoonful of it. It's not Nutella, right? It's got to be spread on, nice and gentle. Take it easy. It's good. Australia's my jam over Paris before COVID, though. Thailand trip changed my mind a bit. Yeah, man, Thailand, Bangkok's greatest city in the world for me, right? You got to find your Bangkok. Bangkok might not be your thing. Find what you think is the greatest city in the world, the greatest place in the world. Do everything you can to live there. Stock says, hike, I planned for many years to retire in the Philippines and Vietnam. Now it's Thailand and Vietnam. So, yeah, Vietnam's, again, Philippines has its own issues. Vietnam is cool. My buddy Raw Dog Eddie lives there now, and he's loving it. I mean, he's enjoying himself, but every time we talk, he says he misses Thailand. So, like, he wants to come back here. He just can't get into Thailand. I think if they open the border, he'd be back here in a minute. And he's teaching English in Vietnam at the moment, and I think he would like jump at the opportunity to teach English in Thailand if he could. It makes a lot of sense for him, and it's a place that he wants to be. Why? Yeah. So why Thailand and Vietnam? He says, hike because I went to Thailand. Yeah, Thailand's great, man. It's again, it's not for everyone, man. I love Bangkok, right? Like, gotta love Thailand. He lives up in Surin, right? He loves it up there. I mean, you can find in Vietnam similar, right? It just depends on what you like. The food's different in both countries, very unique. A lot of people like both countries, both places. A lot of people like the Philippines, man. It's not for me, but I have friends who live in the Philippines and they love it. So Malaysia is another one. Like, a lot of people don't think about Malaysia as a retirement spot, but dude, Borneo, like East Malaysia in Borneo, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. You just have to be willing to deal with like not great internet and no access to major city. Things are more expensive in Borneo because it is an island. And it's way, way away from Malaysia, way away from KL. It's like a 3-hour flight. So you have to keep that in mind. I think Borneo is further from KL than Bangkok. So, but again, great place to be. KL, I love KL as a city. I would pick Malaysia over Singapore any day, and it's way more affordable. And the food is amazing. The people are amazing. It's not everyone's jam, but again, neither is Bangkok. Bangkok's a great city. I love Bangkok so much that when I was working in KL, I commuted from Bangkok. Go more hike just because I never, and also had a meeting on business in 2017. Nice. Well, yeah, Samui's not a bad place, man. I know Mike's a big island fan. He likes Samui. I had no idea Thailand was so nice as it is. My friend tried to get me to visit for 10 years. I always had someone to see in the Philippines. Nice. Suck. The Thailand, beautiful place, man. Again, if you like that island life, it's probably easier to find that more affordable in the Philippines because it's all islands. But like Phuket's nice, Samui. I know Mike's a huge Koh Phangan fan. Koh Phangan fan. Again, it depends on what you like, man. I love Bangkok. I wouldn't trade Bangkok for the world. I can visit the beach if I want to go, but just living in Bangkok every day, this is where I want to be. From Brisbane to Perth and in between. There was a guy, I can't remember his name now. It's Ed something. Unicycled around the world for like 3 years. And he did he was in Australia. He's unicycled all the way down to Singapore, flew to Australia, and rode his unicycle from Perth, I think, to Sydney or Melbourne, and then flew to America. Or no, then flew to New Zealand. But yeah, that road between Perth and Sydney just seems like a long stretch of nothing. Aussie meat pies, anything with meat and gravy, big chunks of meat. It's like not ground meat, it's like big chunky meat. Probably better than like the meat pies I grew up eating. Vietnam and or Thailand, my choices too. Yeah. Hose B. Definitely, I can see why people like Vietnam. And I can see why people like Thailand. Again, Thailand would be my choice over Vietnam any day. But nothing against Vietnam. It's a great place. Again, I said my buddy Raw Dog Eddie, he loves it, but I think he would much rather be in Thailand. Dr. B says, my sister lives in Alice Springs, Australia. They're in that half time zone. So Australia has multiple time zones. I think I don't know. For some reason, I thought Australia was one time zone. Maybe not. I'm probably wrong. Myanmar has a half-hour shift from Thailand, which I think is weird. And then Kuala Lumpur, which is directly south of Bangkok, as well as Singapore, are both an hour ahead. Joe P's with me on the Hunger Games. Kill, kill, kill. I'd end up getting killed by some little girl, though. I'm sure it would happen. That's how the movies went. Pine Gap is big USA intelligence base for the bottom half of the earth. Oh, nice. You ever been there, Born Nomad? Philippines has some of the best people named Gracie on the planet, but the leadership there is incompetent and treats their citizens with no respect. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Mike's back. Good to have you back, Mike's. Yeah, no doubt the people are nice. Most of the people I've met in the Philippines, just like in Thailand, are fantastic. Manila just is an infrastructure city. My experience in Manila probably closely relates to what Mike's is saying. Not fantastic. Bangkok is so better run. I mean, in my opinion, than Manila. And like, I'm not trying to live out in the countryside, so I'm all about that city life. And if I have to choose between Bangkok and Manila, there's not even a choice. Yeah, no, definitely give it a chance. Like, don't not go because I say it sucks or Mike says it sucks. Like, you have to experience it yourself. Like, no one's gonna make that decision for you. You might go there and love it and be like, Mike's and Dana, you guys are crazy. Philippines is the greatest spot ever. Maybe not. You don't know unless you go. Several other vloggers I follow. Yeah, a lot of people do love it. A lot of people love it for sure. I do not disagree with that. It's just not for me. Like I said, if I had to choose between Manila and Bangkok, it's not even a choice for me. You might think differently, man. Don't let me dissuade you. There were things I loved in the Philippines. I have friends there who are fantastic. I've had great experiences there. Some really good coffee there as well. My friend Roz owns Commune Coffee in Manila. Great spot. She's super knowledgeable on coffee, and they have great coffee in general. So Filipino coffee too. She works with a lot of local farmers. So definitely check it out. Yeah, Joe, it's definitely downside for me as well. I remember first time I was there, I was in a grocery store and everyone stopped. I think it was like 5 p.m. They recited the Lord's Prayer over the intercom. I'm just in there trying to get some food, and I'm being assaulted by prayer on the intercom, which is a little strange to me. But whatever. Is what it is. But yeah, it's super Catholic or super Protestant. I think it's Catholic and Protestant. They're kind of like not at war with each other, but they don't get along, as I recall. But yeah, super religious. Definitely in not the best way, in my opinion. So yeah, definitely a downside. Hose B. Isn't Vegemite solid black with a grainy texture? Vegemite definitely has a grainier texture than Marmite, which is more sticky. And Marmite has like a brown. It develops like a brownish skin up top, but is black. It is essentially black. But yeah, Vegemite is solid black. The texture seems a bit smooth to me. I don't know if it's grainy necessarily, but Marmite's kind of smooth and sticky, so it's not as smooth as Marmite. Raw Dog Eddie, do you really call him that? I do really call him that. Yes, I really do call him Raw Dog Eddie. And he hates it, but I still call him that. He earned that nickname though, for sure. He definitely earned that nickname. Not to the extent as my friend who I call Bareback Walsh earned his nickname, but Eddie has earned the name Road Dog Eddie. Riding across Australia is a great, except for the road trains. Trucks with 6x40 ton trailers. They stop or move for nothing. Yeah, right. They probably can't stop, right? And they can't move when you're hauling like that. Who wants to teach English in Thailand? Road Dog Eddie wants to teach English in Thailand. Yeah, he's definitely looking to make the move over here when he leaves Vietnam, or when he can leave Vietnam. So when he can get a visa to come to Thailand and teach, I think he's going to jump on it. So everyone here is loving these Aussie meat pies. Aussie meat pies are street food, like boudin is for Cajuns. So it's a street food in Australia? I didn't even know you guys had street food. Yeah, Joe, absolutely, man. If you can't make the best of where you're at, but I mean, if you can choose one place over another, like I can choose Bangkok or Manila. I can choose Bangkok or Ho Chi Minh. So I could choose Bangkok or KL. I'd choose Bangkok. Like I said, I chose to commute to KL because I love Bangkok. I love KL too, but there's nothing like living in Bangkok. My man, exactly right. Please tell Eddie to teach it. Yeah, right. I mean, a lot of you guys heard me talk about what happened at jam school and like the bullshit we had with the we talked about it on Bangkok Strange. I didn't talk about it here. So it was one of the Bangkok Strange live streams, just this horrible teacher that super inappropriate, like trying to hit on 16-year-old students and can barely put a sentence together. There's a Nigerian teacher that they hired. And me personally, I don't think you need to be a native English teacher to speak, a native English speaker to teach English. But you have to at least be able to speak at a native level. And for some reason, they thought he could. And when we saw Jam sent us the messages that he was sending to another girl in the school privately, and Jam's friend sent them to her, like I don't understand what this guy's saying. Can you read it? Because Jam speaks the best English in her class. And she sent it to us. I was like, one, he's being inappropriate, but two, his English is ridiculously bad. And the school's like, no, he has a master's. He's about to have a master's in linguistics. He's about to graduate. I was like blown away that they thought this was acceptable. Like I have friends who are not native English speakers who are phenomenal English teachers. My friend Ivan comes to mind. He's from Spain, but originally from I'm gonna mess up where he's from. I think he's from I'm gonna say Ukraine, but I don't think he's from Ukraine. But he's from that part of Europe. And I think he speaks like 3 or 4 languages, and he is a phenomenal English teacher. He speaks English at a native level. He writes English at a native level, and actually he has a YouTube channel. You can check it out, The Bold Hairspring. If you're into watches or horology, he has a great channel for that. But he comes on the chat sometimes. He's on when he has time, he'll jump on the live streams. But he's got, he's the type of guy who can teach English, and it's not his native language, but he speaks it, reads it, and writes it at a native level. This guy that's teaching at Jam School can barely speak English or can barely write English at a native level, and it pisses me off that they find this acceptable. One of my good friends is the CEO of a language company here in Thailand, e-learning language company, and he interfaces with the Ministry of Education. So I talked to him about it, and he explained to me there's some systems in place that make this a viable behavior for these schools. So it's frustrating on a lot of levels. Mike says, line message. Let me know if that's cool for later today or tomorrow. All right, let me take a look. Mike sending me cool live when you have a second, you send a link to that super popular song that everyone knows in Thailand. Oops, sorry. Oh yeah, I'll send you that link. Or am I missing something? Afternoon coming from. This is a new for you to come over. Use the share like an hour. You saying for later today? Yeah, pop over today, Mike. I'm not going to be in tomorrow. I got to go teach. So pop over today, whatever you need. Studio is yours. Just bring your laptop so you plug into the mixer, or you can use mine if you want, whatever. But yeah, anytime afternoon today, come by. Yes. So Savvy Turtle knows about North Korea. It seems nice. Yeah, North Korea, man. I heard they have some nice winters. Good ski slopes. Oh, is Gracie in the chat? Did I miss her? We have Gracie here. Order one night, leaving the pub. Oh, really? That had to be a scary thing. Pine Gap is a good TV show. There's a TV show about this place. I'm not knocking the Philippines. I went there almost every year from 88 to 2014. Yeah, man. Like I said, Manila is not a horrible city. It's just not a place I want to live. I don't mind visiting there at all. And one of my friends lived in Boracay for years, had a gym out there, and loved it. Great beaches, he said. Elected head locked up this morning. Really, I haven't jumped on Myanmar news for a while. I've been to Myanmar a few times. Definitely a sketchy place. I've got some interesting Myanmar stories I will share at a later time. I want some more distance to be between me and that, and I want to get a new passport where that visa is no longer in it. Excited about going to Jollibee in Philippines. Oh, Jollibee in the Philippines. Anthony Bourdain went there. There's one in Vegas, and I think there's a couple in LA. Hike. I don't think I never ate anything from Jollibee, but a lot of my Filipino friends talk about it. Like, so I have a friend, Andrea. She's a CrossFit trainer, coach, and she's in amazing shape, 6-pack, and like she's my age, and she's just jacked. It's a short little Filipino chick, super good shape. Eats super healthy, and Jollibee is like her like her cheat meal. Like if she's gonna have like a food, that's her indulgence. She loves Jollibee. And even like she says, like she'll say it's like she knows like it's bad and like disgusting food, but like she likes it so much because she grew up eating it. So it's like their McDonald's. It's like comfort food almost. And you know, it's funny, like she'll post videos of her like going to Jollibee and getting food, and like she's got a 6-pack and she's shredded, and she always wearing like a tank top, and like she'll be eating like fried chicken and spaghetti from Jollibee, and they put like the hot dogs in the spaghetti. It's weird. Did you hear that from our buddy Tony Huge? Did he tell you Angeles City is nice? Yeah, man. Anthony Bourdain was a tough loss, man. Like from a content creative perspective, that guy was a legend, right? Not just as a chef, but telling stories and content and making, you know, kind of like making nods to like old films, you know, like really cool guy culturally. Pine Gap show is nothing like what really goes on, or so I'm told. So I'm told. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So Vegemite when new is very smooth. Okay, so like maybe I just never had old one. Like I don't remember that grainy texture. I like it. I don't mind Vegemite. I'll eat it, but I prefer Marmite. It's just personal preference. There's like a Guinness version of Marmite. Someone told me. I think it's called XO. I really want to try that one. Jollibee fried chicken rice with brown gravy. If I have to eat there. Yeah, like I said, I think it's just like it's like the McDonald's of the Philippines, and Filipino people grew up with it. They love the flavor. A lot of my Westerner friends who ate there told me it's very sweet. I've just had enough of Rocky Mountain winters. Anything on the equator for winter. Yeah, man. Winter. I lived in Cleveland before I moved here. I grew up in Rhode Island, Hoseby, and the winters are definitely tough, man. It's you know, I used to love the winter. I used to love the cold, but as I got older, my body didn't handle it as well. Now I go back to like mild weather and it's freezing for me. I still like the feel of cold, but like for a few minutes. I don't want to be in it all day. I was shocked at how modern and clean KL. Yeah, KL is like a very modern city. It's very clean, very beautiful, a lot of greenery. Like one of the things I love about being in KL is like there's a lot more greenery on the road, whereas Thailand has big parks like Lumpini and Benjamin that are very clean, Chatuchak that are very green. But in KL, there's a lot of green in the buildings, a lot of green on the parks, and they a lot of green on the roads as well, just like tree-lined streets. They take care of that quite nicely. one of my good friends, like a guy who's like a mentor to me, Dash. He's the founder of Startup Malaysia, and like I've stayed at his house and stuff when I've been in KL. We've worked together. He's brought me down there to teach at University of Malaya at times to do entrepreneurship workshops. He's 15 years older than me, maybe 12 years older than me, and he told me like when he was a kid growing up in KL, they would come to Bangkok on vacation, and Bangkok was this super modern city compared to KL. It was like so modern and built up and beautiful and all these lights, and KL felt really stuck in the past. And now it's not the complete opposite. Bangkok's still a really modern, built up city, but KL has surpassed it in many ways. It's a really interesting dynamic. And then you have Singapore, which is like straight out of a cyberpunk movie. Dr. B says, I call this the 10-10 rule. 10 degrees north or south of the equator is the best. Yeah. I hate the player. Deep in my heart, I choose Parma. Yeah, I got that the Parma state of mind, right? Snow Road, I see you. Yo, man, Parma is not somewhere I want to live. I do like that sandwich shop inside the Vallejo gas station, though. I'll pick that sandwich shop any day. Great stuff. Dana and Chris and another blogger got me straight up thinking Thailand. Yeah, Joe, man, Bangkok is fantastic. If you like that island life, Thailand has it. It's a great place to be, dude. If you're growing buds out in Colorado in the next 5 years or so, there might be some opportunity for your expertise out here as well if you wanted to work. So like up north in the farms, there's going to be some interesting opportunities from a both commercial and medical perspective. I moved to from Colorado to Florida because of the winters. Yeah, I remember winter in Western Kansas, not so great. Close to Denver was the closest airport to Hayes. So we'd fly into Denver, drive to Hayes. Yeah, 10-4 on the 10-10. I love your blue. Wow, throwing Outback Steakhouse jokes at the guy from Australia. Yeah, Manila again. There's infrastructure issues in Manila for sure, but there's other infrastructure issues on the rest of the islands. I mean, nothing's perfect. Infrastructure issues in Thailand in some places, in Bangkok too. I mean, nothing's perfect, but the traffic in Manila is what get me. The only place I've ever experienced worse traffic than Manila is Yangon. Oh, Steve, you have Jollibee in the Bay. Oh, I think we talked about this before. You have a couple Jollibees there. Oh, so it must be a lot of Filipinos then, I guess, if Jollibee's big. Muhammad Faisal, can you grab the satchel and showcase some live stream? The reusable bags are so cute. Less plastic bags for the world. Do I have one of the totes here? I don't know where the EDC tote is. Let me see if Muhammad, give me a second. I'll see if I can grab one. All right. This is the EDC tote. Let me take this comment down. Oh, let me click it. Click the right thing. There we go. EDC tote with the purple chambray, pockets on both sides. It's a 3-panel, so the strap comes all the way down into the bottom panel. Yeah, right now, this is my favorite bag. And this handle, what I love about the way I designed this handle, this has cotton roping in the handle and it's overstitched. Great design for that bag. I absolutely love it. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on that one. Thank you. So I'm always confused with the MOHD. So would you want to be called Mohammed or Faisal? Because I have a lot of friends in Malaysia who they write their first name as Mohammed, but then I call them something else, or they want to be called something else. So let me know in the comments. how you want me to refer to you, or how I should refer to someone who uses the Muhammad abbreviation. Gotta jump. Hey, Savvy, thanks for coming by. I'll see you tomorrow when I win. Go to McD's in the Philippines, ask for a Big Mac. Sorry, sir, out of stock, but we have chicken. Yeah, out of stock on a Big Mac, man. That's wild. Sorry, sir. Hey, Maurice, what's going on, man? I finally turned in my passport application, going to make one international trip this year. Thanks for the Maurice, dude, I'm so glad to hear that you getting a passport, brother. I hope you pick Thailand as your location, but wherever you go, dude, it's just gonna be a great experience for you. I promise. It's gonna change the way you see the world. Vallejo gas, how random, dude. The Vallejo, we were talking about the Vallejo in Parma that has the sandwich shop in it. And so Suburban Beard, I think he probably went to bed, or he's not on the chat anymore. Suburban Beard is a Cleveland guy as well. He's from Olmsted, and me and him love that gas station. The sandwiches at that Vallejo gas station are out of this world. It's one in Parma. It's not on Snow Road, but not far from the Cox office, like right down the road. And it might be. Is it right on Snow? I think it's a little bit off of Snow, but really good sandwich shop. I used to get the eggplant sandwich there. Phenomenal. Really, really good. And they have apple pie, fried apple pie, and pretzel sticks. Just a really good, it's basically a sandwich shop that I see it as a sandwich shop that has a gas station attached. Obviously, it's a gas station with a sandwich shop in it. Really fantastic, though. Joe says, can't grow it, but can smoke it. Hawaii has a Jollibee too. Wow. Interesting. Daly City, just outside San Francisco. Oh, Daly City, just outside San Francisco, has a huge Filipino population, as does neighbor South San Francisco. Oh, nice. Mohammed, nice and cute. This helps showcase your products, get the online store up to. Yeah, it's coming, brother. It's coming. There's a few things in the works. Like I said, there might be some opportunity that's shifting a few things in my short-term plan, which I'll talk about more in a few weeks as they develop. I like the Western U.S. and I just want to go Asia for winters and maybe a lady. My wife passed a few years ago, probably why I'm colder. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Joe. But yeah, definitely a nice place to meet someone for sure. Can't complain. Obviously, I have my amazing wife, so I'm very lucky. Yeah, Asia's a great spot, man. Thailand's a great spot. I like the Western U.S. too. I'm really a fan of Texas, though. If I were to move back, I'd probably end up in Texas for a number of reasons. Climate being one of them, local governmental style being another. But I talked with at Jib at one point. I was thinking about. I was maybe for retirement, I become a teacher and sort of live out my later years just teaching. And I thought maybe I could be at first I was I don't want to go back into academia and be a college professor. I enjoy kind of my part-time teaching at university now, but I don't want to do that full-time and be held to a publication schedule and stuff. And I thought maybe a high school science teacher or teach at a community college. And I was throwing out ideas. I was what if we moved to the middle of Montana or Wyoming? And Jib looked up their climate and she's no, it's not going to happen. We're not living somewhere where it hits minus 40. Dana, I hope at every coffee we buy, it's the case. I'm good. Thank you, brother. Joe says, hold that bag up again, please. Sure thing. Let me grab that, Joe. So this is the Dapper Villains EDC tote bag. This is a Thai selvage denim with a purple chambray liner. So the handle has a rope in it. I don't know if you can see how rounded the handle is. I've got to trim the threads on this one, but this is just my prototype. But you can see that it's got some body to the handle. There's a great little piece of cotton rope in there. So it's a 3-panel selvage, and there's a pocket with the selvage exposed in the middle on both sides. And then I'm gonna put some pockets inside, like a couple pen holders and like a small pockets just for organizing stuff. I boxed the bottom out so it's flat bottom, and it'll end up having solid brass rivets in all of the stress points, black rivets in the handle at the corner of the pockets there. Everything's double stitched on the walking foot machine. You can see the inside has got the purple chambray, and then I decided instead of taping a raw seam, I did a double Frenched. So it's it's a difficult seam to stitch because of all the fabric, but really secure. Joe's offering his wife up, Joe, if you want one. Oh, nice. Where in Texas are you at the moment, Joe? Yeah, stuck. I have a lot of friends who moved to Mexico, especially if you're an artist. There are a lot of great artist communities for painters and sculptors in Mexico, full of Americans, full of Mexicans and Europeans, very international and very affordable. So if you want to be close to the US, but still have a good climate, there are a lot of great options in Mexico. Nice. Oh, thank you, Maurice. I appreciate it, man. Maurice, have you ever been to that Vallejo in Parma with the sandwiches or no? Mohammed says, you're in the prime zone of your life. Working hands-on is more fun right now and being an engineer previously. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. I love doing what I do. Being an engineer is a great job. I loved being an engineer for sure. And, it's a great field to be in. However, like the challenges I was dealing with as an entrepreneur from a work perspective were no longer interesting to me. In the direction, I was a telecom engineer. I worked for a very large service provider in the US. So I got to work on some very cool projects on the back end of the internet, which I loved. However, there was a challenge to it from the perspective that the structure of the company was moving to more of a centralized design process, and my role as an engineer was really being stripped down to more of a technician type of role, which I did not appreciate. So, there's give and take to it. What I do now, though, the design work I do, the things I do. Oh, someone else bought me a coffee. It's an anonymous one, so thank you so much to whoever that was. Much appreciated. It looks like it's anonymous? Did it say? Oh, Chris Joyce via PayPal. Thank you so much. So yeah, there's aspects to it that I love, the design and the working with my hands, the craft aspect of it. And again, the video I'm going to put out this week about the craft food video that Jib and I made. I'll get more into that philosophy of craft, of building things with your hand, and what that's like. Nah, fam. When I worked in Parma, I was on that Penn Station all day. I'll tell you now, that Vallejo sandwich, man, is one of the best. I'm telling you. If you ever get back to Parma, I hope you never get back to Parma, but if you do, try that Vallejo. Check it out, dude. Nice. That's what I came for. Sewing material and creativity. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, there'll be a lot more sewing stuff in the future. We got I've got a shoe design video I'm working on, but that's got a timed release because of something that I might be doing in related to that. And I'll be doing a studio tour soon. I started filming a little bit of it, and so as we get around with that, I'll show all my machines and like the fabrics we work with. And I'm doing another bag design, like a sling bag for a camera gear with some duck canvas. So something else to look forward to. Galveston, Texas. I'm sorry, I don't know the geography of Texas so well outside of Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, and Austin. So where's Galveston fit in that geography? If you can place it near one of those for me, that'd be great. Or give me like a general location. Great looking bag. Thank you so much, Larry. Yeah, that one, that bag has been through a few iterations actually. Let me show you guys a couple of the steps that bag has gone through. All right, so like anything, guys, nothing in design is right the first time, right? There's always iteration. Design's an iterative process. And so this bag, the EDC tote with this handle and this strap and these pockets, this was not always the design of the bag. And so I'll show you, and there's a few others in the history of this bag. Oh, I think is that once I see another one. Hold on. All right, so there's a few things that happened in getting to this bag. And so the tote bag was the first thing I ever sewed. I don't have my first tote bag here, but it was ugly. You don't want to see it. But when I started to work on my first products, I knew I wanted it to be a bag. And because I carried a tote bag everywhere. So I wanted something that had a little bit more body to it and something that had a little bit more structure. And so I'll run through the design process a little bit with you guys. But here's one of the very first bags I made. I'm going to take your comment down for a minute, Larry, while I go through this. And Joe, thank you so much. I appreciate damn good looking bag. Be careful around me. I'll steal your design. Hey, you know what, man? Steal like an artist, right? So, steal like an artist. Get your inspiration and make it better. Iterate your own design. But I'll talk about my process real quick. So this is the first denim bag I made with a liner. So it's a little bit bigger. I used the suiting fabric inside. So it's got a indigo with a pink pinstripe that I ran horizontally for some reason. And so the liner here, and so you can see I hid the seam with the liner. So the seam is hidden in the liner, and it's not French. This is just a normal seam that was secured, and this bag has multiple panels, so it's not a one-piece bag. You can see the bottom is its own panel. So there's some issues with strength and overall strength with this design. And then the liner matches that. And I used a white cotton webbing, but it's a much bigger bag. And it's not a selvage or a raw denim, so it's got a really nice kind of drape to it. But it holds up well. I've had like 50 pounds in this bag. It's not weak by any means, but the construction design that I chose for this bag is not the strongest bag. Like the seams will eventually fail on this bag. So next, I knew I wanted to make, and the other thing is that bag is very wide. So it's great for going to the grocery store, but it's not fantastic for carrying around every day. It's a bit too big and a little floppy, and like you wouldn't want to carry stuff in that if you just went out. So I went to a smaller form factor. Now this bag is very close in size to the bag that I showed you guys, that EDC tote. And here I use seatbelt material for the handle, which is this nylon webbing is incredibly strong. However, it's not super comfortable to hold for an extended period of time. And I went with a flat handle. So I sewed this handle flat to make it more grippable, but it's still, it's not the most comfortable thing to hold in your hand for a long period of time naturally. And what I ended up doing was putting a single pocket on the front, riveted it, and again I hid the seam inside. And this actually, I love this liner. I found this fabric at the Sampang market in Bangkok, and it's just full of like passport stamps. I don't know if you can see that. So it has a really cool look to it. It's a cotton poly blend liner, not fantastic fabric, but this is where I started to get into a little bit more design focus with this. So this bag is actually a single piece of denim cut long, folded in half, and then the top is rolled, and to create the place to hide the handle. So it's a little bit different. Again, the seam is hidden, right? So it's still a strong seam. It's just not the strongest possible seam. And then I boxed the bottom on this one. So I wanted to give it a very flat design. So if it was full, it was easy to kind of set down. Again, the webbing, really strong material, just not super nice to hold. And so, but I really liked the idea of the one panel design, like taking the one piece of denim, folding it, making a bag with no seam on the bottom other than the box corners, creates a really strong bag. So from that, I knew that I wanted to change the material for the handle because the handle wasn't great to hold. I liked the single panel, but it lacked a little bit of, it had some size limitations, especially if I wanted to use a selvage denim, which comes on a narrow bolt. And so I started to experiment with multi design bags. And so that led me to, I'll empty this out actually. I got some junk in here and I want to flip this inside out to show you guys some of the construction. So that led me to this 3-panel design that you see today, the same sizing with the EDC tote. So this was the original 3-panel, and I ran a panel across the entire front because I didn't run the straps all the way down. These straps are a little bit bigger, and these are made of black denim, which is why you can see some of the fading coming through on these. And these are riveted, and this is where I started to use the double French seams, or the French seams in general. And I'll show you how I did the seams here on the inside, because this one has no liner. So I can flip it, and you can see how I riveted it and how it's put together. So you can see the bottom panel where the seam is just sergered and then folded up and stitched through on the outside. And you can see here where everything is sort of reinforced. This is just a label I stitched into it. But you can see the rivets at all the weak points. And then down here on the seams at the bottom, I threw some rivets on that. Right, so each bottom seam is secured with this type of rivet. Now, you can see the difference in strap with the EDC tote and this one, much smaller. And where, again, this is that flat style, and it's made of black denim. With the final version of the EDC tote, I switched over to a black canvas, and I put cotton rope in the handle. So this allows it to have a much nicer feel in your hand. The canvas is stronger than the black denim. It doesn't fade as quickly. And it's much more comfortable because it's a natural fiber, 100% cotton canvas. It's much more comfortable to hold all day long. Now, again, this one has a liner in it. And what I do now with the bag is after I make this seam for the bottom panel, I go ahead and put another piece of denim across this. Or actually, I use the canvas. I put the canvas across this, and then I stitch that back on so that there's an extra piece of fabric there securing that strap. And then I put rivets in all of the bottom seams, all of the top at the French seams here, and then anywhere there's a potential stress point for the thread, I make sure that it's reinforced with a rivet, or some of them I'll throw a bar tack in because I have a bar tack machine as well. And so this one, again, it's that same design, but the liner is also one piece. So when you see the French seam on this, you can see that the liner is actually what's visible on the French seam here. And so the liner is a single piece, whereas the body is the 3-panel. It just adds another layer of strength, another layer of protection, and it gives the bag a much more premium feel, right? It has a bit of a heavier body. And I get that line of exposed selvage at the top, and then I decided to run the straps all the way down to break up the profile of the front. And I now have the 2 front pockets with the exposed selvage that I have the opportunity to put in there as well. So yeah, a little bit of the process that I went through, and that was kind of like almost like a year process of design, and like carrying the bags every day, trying them out, breaking them in, traveling with them. And now I'm sort of dialing in what the inside pockets will be like on the bag. Like, what do I want where does it make the most sense to have the pen pockets? Where does it make the most sense to have like a little business card size pocket or a couple bigger pouches? How should I position those and measure them out on the pattern? Thanks for sending the coffee over from the slush fund, Born Nomad. Appreciate it. Maurice says, Cleveland is a sad place. I stay away. Designing shoes now. So I have done some shoe design, Maurice, and but like it's mostly I've designed leather shoes to be made like through one of my partners. I don't make them myself. I'll just do the design, but I do some customized nanyans, and I try to only do like 1 or 2 a month when I get orders in. Like I try not to take them in mass. And it's funny, after I did Chris did the video about the studio, I talked about how I buy the white nanyans and color them and do designs. I got a ton of emails asking for the shoes. And so like there are a few people who are talking to me about designs now that want to buy a pair. And so now I've got like a queue building up for custom nanyang designs, which is kind of funny because they're a fun thing, right? And like when people started emailing, they're asking me like how much. And so I told them like usually I charge 180 for these shoes with the color and the design and the hand stenciling. And obviously most people get thrown off by that price, but then a bunch of people came back and like, yeah, okay, let's start talking about design. I want to do it. So it's a fun thing to do, but like I said, I'm trying to limit it to like 1 or 2 a month, just because it is a huge time commitment. All right, so Galveston, south of Houston. Okay. Oh, Steve, you say Galveston's a very cool Gulf Coast town, about 30 miles off. Oh yeah, Houston's beach community. There's a lot of surfing in Galveston because I saw a video. Oh, maybe this is gonna be 10 years ago. And there's a guy I knew from Fort Hays in Kansas, where I did my undergrad, who he used to go to he used to go to Texas. I don't know that he went to Houston. And he went surfing there, and he was saying that you surf the wake of these big ships that go through. So you actually surf like miles and miles, and the beaches have like there's a bus route. You can get off like when you get to the end of where you're surfing, go up on the beach and like take a bus back to like where you started or where you parked. But he was saying like they're the long surfs. Like it's not big waves. You're just surfing really long waves. And it can be kind of fun. Oh, it's a barrier. Oh, nice. Joe Patterson, are you on the Gulf? If so, just swim over to Joe. Yeah, Joe lives on the Gulf in Florida. That's a long swim. I want a custom carry bag for my MacBook attire, 13-inch. He will be collecting from you in late March. So actually, so with this bag, oddly enough, it doesn't have a laptop pocket, but what I've done for a few people, this is a prototype. This is a stage 1 prototype bag here. It's like a laptop bag, which I actually made it's a bit too small for the 13-inch MacBook, but you could fit it without the liner, the 13-inch. I made this for my iPad. And there's a lot of changes that have to happen on this, but this is also a single piece construction. You can see it has a bunch of pockets inside to hold pens. But what I usually do is I'll make a padded sleeve for people, and they'll throw their laptop in this and throw it in the tote bag. So they've got the sleeve to protect it. And what I do, since there's no pocket for the laptop in the bag, I could add like a pocket to slide it in the back. But what I normally do for people is throw a little brass loop at the bottom and then put a hook on the sleeve, and so they can secure it into the bottom of the bag, so someone can't just reach into their tote bag and pull their laptop out. It'll pull on the hoop and you'll feel it. How convenient or inconvenient was that bag to make? So the tote, I assume you're talking about, it's not inconvenient to make. It's a process. The hardest part of that bag is making the straps. So once I drafted the pattern, I can cut the bag in a day and have it done. It's not a big deal. The hard part is, once is dialing in the pattern, right? And it's not an inconvenience because it's fun. Like you're constantly testing different versions of the bag. and dialing it in. It's understanding the process. And because the bag is it's not a complicated build, but there's a lot of different steps that bring you from one machine to the other. So you've got to make the straps. And so the other thing on this bag is, because of the way I made the handle, there's two pieces of canvas on this handle that gets sewn together. And then this handle is split. So it's a single piece of canvas that runs down the front. And then inside, the second piece goes in the lining. So it sandwiches around the denim, which makes it more secure, especially once you rivet it. So it's just a lot of trial and error and figuring out the best construction techniques. Again, if I had one of these that was open up, and again, I'm doing if any of you guys haven't seen the free art exhibit in Bangkok, that's the one where I describe how to enter for the giveaway. Go check that out, and you'll have a chance to win one of these bags. I'll make a video about the 2 bags I'm making for the giveaway, and I'll go through the process. So you'll be able to see exactly how the bag is made step by step. And you'll see how it's not a complicated pattern, but the way that it's sewn makes it difficult to make it quality. I think there are a lot of steps that I do in this bag that a lot of people don't take, when, especially a mass-produced bag. If someone were to rip off this design, I know all the things they wouldn't do, because it adds a lot more time onto making the bag. But that's what makes the bag so much better than, a tote bag you would buy mass-produced. Like doing some of the riveting before the liner's in, and then cutting the extra piece of canvas to reinforce the bottom seams. That makes it very difficult to sew over when you double the seam up, to sew over it on the inside, which is why you have to use the walking foot, which operates a lot slower than a regular industrial machine. So for instance, my regular lock stitch industrial machine can do 5,000 stitches a minute at maximum speed with the electric stepper motor. And so my industrial walking foot lock stitch machine maxes out at 2,000, but really to do this seam, I have to drop it all the way down to like 700 to be able to control it and make sure that I'm not pushed out enough. And, there's multiple stages with this bag where you have to stop and iron it to shape some of the fabric or to make sure the seams get in. And then I have to use my special ironing arm and use a few different techniques. I have to use a seam turner, which is a bone point seam turner. Actually, I have one. I'll show you guys. I have one on the table. So to get the seams in that bag as perfect as possible, you have to use a pointer like this, right? And you get inside the bag when it's flipped out the other way, and you've got to basically get in there. And before you iron it, you've got to make sure that all the edges are pressed out on the bag. And it doesn't take a long time, right? It's like a few minutes of work, but it's stopping your sewing workflow, going over to the ironing station, getting the iron heated up, because I don't leave my iron on all the time because I have a steam iron, getting it heated up, getting the pump primed, pressing these seams out, getting them worked so that they're perfectly flat, and then applying a little bit of weight using there's a thing called a clap or a clapper, which is, it's just a chunk of hardwood that you press on top of something after you steam it, and that soaks out some of the moisture so you can crispen the seam up a bit. And that's a whole process that you have to go through in order to create this perfect seam for the bag. And so there's multiple times in the construction of this bag where I have to do that. Now, I could make a much faster, cheaper bag if I just sat down, and if I chose thinner chambray for the liner. This is a very heavy chambray for the liner. You can see I have a whole roll of it over here. Like this chambray right here it's quite heavy. It's heavier than a shirting chambray. You could make an overshirt or like a light jacket from this chambray. So sewing with those materials, and also having, the selvage denim. I've got the whole bolt of denim up on the table right now. So sorry guys. So it's a 14-ounce denim. It's not super heavy, but when you combine it with a very heavy chambray, it's not super easy to work with. And these are the things that you have to keep in mind as you're working with different materials and when you're making something. So I want it to be a quality, well-made bag, and a process goes into that. But I'm making them by myself, one by one. So when you do that, like you take pride in what you make. And like, so the same thing with the jackets. When I prototype the jacket, right, I sat down and I work out all the details. Like, all right, this is how the seaming goes. Then I send my prototype to the shop and I go work with my craftsman to make the prototypes for the jacket. Same with the jeans that I designed for another client. You send the jeans to the craftsman, then you go down, he takes a look at them for a few days, makes his notes. I go down and I work with him. This is how we make the sample, and it goes through that process. And the same thing with the bag. It's a process, and you want it to be right. And if you're taking the pride in your craftsmanship, in your craft, and you've done what you have to do to learn this craft and perfect these techniques, you want to go ahead and do it, and you want to do it right. So yes, I take the time, and it might take, I could probably do 2 of these bags a day, working straight out. And that's fine for me. I do not mind that, because that is the quality I want something I make to be. And the same thing when we make the masks. Like I have these masks right here for, we have a client in Fort Worth. He sent me his logo. I made a pattern. We printed it. And, these are the masks that we made. Jib sews most of the masks because she works with these lighter fabrics better. And she was more instrumental in the design of that pattern. So, we each have a role to play, but like we both take so much pride in the work we do. We want to make sure it's done to the most exacting standards. Sorry, I can talk forever on craft and like the craftsmanship and, like valuing what you do, but taking pride in it enough to know that you have to do it right. Dude, nice progression. The smaller one has its own place. Love the liner. Love the first one too. I'm a snob and I have a dozen cotton bags for groceries. I love the edit. Brilliant. EDC. Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. The bigger one, I use the bigger denim one with the liner I use for groceries. Like we do not get a plastic bag when we go shopping. Jib and I always have a tote on us. And Jib has a tote that she carries. She didn't make it. We bought it from a company. It collapses down to like this big and it's seamless. We can open it up and pack it with stuff. I always have at least my tote with me. And when we go, like when Jib and I go fabric shopping, so I take my tote and then I put 2 more totes in my tote so that my 2 big totes, so I know that I can pull those out and pack those with fabric, because we never do a little bit of fabric shopping. We always do quite a bit. Oh, Fort Hood. Yeah. Fort Hood, big base. There was a few years ago, someone got lost out in Fort Hood, had to be rescued. San Antonio. What was that? Oh, what was the salsa commercial? It was named after a city when they're like New York City. When they're talking about where the salsa was made, New York City, as if like there would be a salsa factory in New York. El Paso salsa, right? El Paso, Texas. I don't know why I just thought of that. Only spend winters here in Texas. Lots of family around San Antonio. Nice. Yeah, Texas is a good place to spend the winters, man, for sure. Hua, Joe? Hua? You're only the 3rd person I met owning a bone pointer. Yo, man, and actually mine's actual bone. This one's actual bone, and I got it for like it's a bit blown out. You can't see the texture, but this is actual bone one. I own 2 composite ones as well. But obviously the bone one much stiffer than the composites, but the composites come to a finer point. And so I have my one composite one. I have it especially for doing shirt collars or for like really small spaces. But yeah, the bone pointer it's a must have for working seams out and getting them pressed out. What's your sharpest scissors or knife made in Thailand or Japan? That's a good question. So I do have a pocket knife made in Thailand, but it's over on the desk somewhere. It's quite sharp. It's a nice full tang blade. I don't have a pocket knife. I don't have scissors made in Thailand. I have two major sets of shears that I use. One made in England and one made in Korea. Well, I have four pairs of scissors of shears made in Korea, but that I use frequently. These are my ones made in England. This is it's got the bolt, so when you lay it down on the table, it's easy to pick up because it doesn't lay flat. These are a 13-inch, and so the big difference with British and Asian shears is the blade. So I don't know if you can see the cutting surface here. It's quite flat, and it's great for cutting a lot of different types of fabric, but this type struggles with a thicker denim, but it's great for lighter fabrics. And then where's my other big Korean shears? The big Korean ones must be under some fabric somewhere. I've got a few things laid out on the table right now, but this is the same set. So this is a set of my Korean shears. Now you can see the cutting surface is much finer on the Asian shears. It comes to a much finer point. I've actually got 4 of these going a full range everywhere. Here's my they're over on the machine. Okay. I've got a few other things to show you guys. All right, so here's my big Korean ones. These are a 12-inch. Again, very fine cutting blade. So these I find much easier to cut denim and cut very heavy canvas with, because the blade is so much finer, whereas the British shears have that very flat blade. They cut wool, they cut cottons phenomenally well. And Asian shears tend to be much lighter, right? So the blades are much more narrow, they're much lighter, and they don't have the big bolt, but they have this brass bolt in the middle. And they also don't have a thumb plate. I've never found a pair of Asian shears with a thumb plate. If I could find Asian style shears with a thumb plate and a big bolt to hold them up so they don't lay flat, I would buy those in a minute. Like a pair of 13-inch with a bolt and a thumb plate, I would buy in a minute, because I love the way the Asian shears cut. I love the craftsmanship on them, but the thumb plate, the weight of the bigger British shears and the thumb plate makes such a difference. But the flat cutting surface, the style of cutting surface on those shears makes it difficult for the materials that I work with more generally. So one of the things, you guys, if you cut fabric a lot, if you use fabric scissors quite a bit, you hold it like this. This is actually for your pointer finger, right? So when you cut, your finger is in that notch, and your thumb comes through. You can see like a high-end scissors have this shaped thumb area. So it's very comfortable to work with, and you want them to be able to lay flat and cut. Like I said, that sharper cutting, I got to wipe these down. There's a little bit of fabric, like particles on the blades. But you want your hands to fit nicely, which mine do in these larger scissors, and you want this notch to be about the right size. But again, so you can see here, the thumb is super flat on these, right? As far as like this side. Whereas if you take a look closely at my British shears, the 13-inch big bolts, they have this thumb plate, which when you're, and also the finger notch is a bit deeper. And this is just a nicer handle for me overall. But where your thumb rests here, it really, when you're cutting all day, this really helps with fatigue. And the weight of the blades helps drive you're using the weight of the blade to push through the fabric. So technique with which you cut is really important. And, having a technique that, reduces fatigue, and having the blade with the thumb plate, and, this little piece here, again, helps all these little details. I mean, the British have been making fabric scissors for so long. I mean, the details are just so dialed in. And as you can see, even mine's already, the paint's already wearing away. I've had these less than a year. And the blades are phenomenal. The big bolt is phenomenal. The way the handle feels is amazing. I just wish it had the Asian profile on the blade. Again, though, look at the spine on these shears. It's huge versus these are my 12-inch Koreans, not quite as big, not even half. But again, they don't have the notch on the back to keep it flat. There's no thumb plate, but still an amazing piece of hardware. I use those all the time. Here's another one. These are my British thread snips, which again, the same company that made my shears. And I love this style that go on the pinky, and you just work it with your thumb. And you can kind of, if you're doing a lot of hand sewing or you're doing whatever, this is great because you can just kind of pull it away. And these are curved. These have a little curve to the blade, really fantastic. And I have ones that curve up even more for snipping under stuff. These would be your generic thread snips. Just once these get out of whack, they're no good. And these are like less than $1. And then these are from Japan, this style with the metal spring in it. And these are about $10. These are fantastic, but I find that British style so much nicer and really good. And you asked about knives. This is my one knife made in Thailand. And super sharp, great blade. I just use it for like opening stuff up, kind of like a box cutter. Anyway, I have a deal I would like for you to look at. I will have a sketch it up and just get your thoughts. Yeah, send it over to me on Messenger, Joe. Dana, you're an artist. You care. All of life is art. Absolutely, all of life is art, man. You have to take. One of the things I love about making garments or making bags is there is an art to it, right? And there's a strong design aesthetic to it. And if you take your time to work through a design, it's phenomenal. Pace picante sauce. Yeah. New York City. I always loved those commercials when I was a kid. I have a bone pointer. Yeah, no, I saw what you meant down below, Joe. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you have several bone ones. Yeah, the bone ones, again, it's the stiffness of the bone one is fantastic, right? And also, like with this, I can use it while the garment's still hot, and I can steam while I'm using it. With the composites, I know that they're supposed to be rated for that temperature, but I'm always a little wary of steaming with the composites. The bone ones, though, for the price that I got this for, I mean, like, I think it was like $1, not even, and it's real bone. And I think someone told me that usually they're using beef bones for these. They get them from butchers and use the thigh bones out of cows. Who knows? It came from China, so who knows? But yeah, fantastic for actually turning the seams and doing stuff, and they last forever. Thanks for showing us the huge cutters. Going to a screenshot and make a Jason thumbnail Friday the 13th. Nice. Yeah, I'll hold it for you. I'll take the comment down so you can get a good shot. There you go, Muhammad. I'll get these in the. You can screenshot that. Yeah, the big cutters, man. The big shares are fantastic. They're not cheap, right? You get what you pay for, though. And I got banged on imports with these hard. So it definitely was expensive getting them into country. And Jib has some embroidery snips from the same company. They're super sharp. She loves them. Hey Dan, do you make designs that you then have manufactured elsewhere? So for the denim work, Sean, good question. So for jeans and jackets, what I do is I do the design, I prototype it, and then I get samples made from a craftsman, and then they'll produce it, but in a small run. So I don't intend to do mass runs of things. I work with, when I design something, if it's for someone else, it's a design that we're collaborating on, and it's intended to be a small run, like 30 pieces, 50 pieces. So we don't work with factories. We work with other craftspeople, especially in the denim space. Like, I'm really like, I keep my sources for denim like really close, because it's funny. There's a lot of places out there that they'll say custom denim or bespoke denim, and it's not really. They're getting them done at at garment factories, and they're just mass producing stuff, which isn't necessarily bad. Levi's are mass produced. I think they're a great jean. In a company like Origin, which is an American company in Maine, they make their own denim. They make their own jeans. There's a factory. They have a production line, but that's like, I would still consider them small batch, just on the large size of small batch, because they have a production line. But all of their sewists are like professional craftspeople. And I think the same with their boots. I remember seeing one of their videos not that long ago that they produce 40 pairs or they're below 40 pairs a day. They're trying to get to 40 pairs, right? Like a Timberland production facility might produce 4,000 pairs a day. Levi's, one production facility for Levi's might produce, 4, 5, 10,000 pairs of jeans a day. Whereas like someone like Origin, I think they're probably doing 100 pairs of jeans a day, if that. I can do, my guys who I work with, because I only work with really small craftspeople, really small shops of craftspeople, like 2, 3, 4 a day max. So when we do like a 30 pair run for someone, it's a couple weeks to get that completely produced. And then I do all the QC when the production is outsourced. And the reason I don't do the jeans myself is because it's too time consuming. It would take me, I have most of the machines to do jeans. Actually, I could do jeans with everything I have here, but there are certain machines, especially when you want to incorporate vintage elements into your jeans, that require specific machines, like a Union Special chain stitch hammer. I have a single needle chain stitch machine, one of my Jukis, but it doesn't create the same torque and roping effect that you get from the Union Special. And you want that for certain aspects. So like that's why I'll prototype here and I'll do certain things. Like I can do flat fell, double needle flat fell, no problem. But I have a more modern machine. You can actually see it right behind me here, my Jack double needle sew off the arm. That's for doing flat fells. A beautiful machine, and I use it. I have a couple bag designs I'm working on that use that machine, which is why I have it. But the Union Specials, the old Union Specials or Brothers that people use for the jeans, create a certain aesthetic. And even though my designs lean more modernist when it comes to denim, like you see the jacket is a very modern approach to the denim jacket, very minimalist. Same with jeans. And one of the things that I will be doing with Dapper Villains is custom jeans. You'll be able to, like, if you're in Bangkok, like meet up with me and I can do your measurements and we can do a custom jacket or a custom pair of jeans, based on some of my designs, and we can, dial in your denim choices, dial in your thread choices, and get, rivet, hardware, all of that, and get it kind of tweaked specifically for your body, and then do that. But with those, I'm only, again, just like the shoes where I only want to do 1 or 2 a month, I'm probably only going to do 1 or 2 a month of the custom jeans, specifically because I want to make sure that each pair has, the exacting details that we want to put into it. and that it's made absolutely perfectly for the measurements and the style considerations that the customer wants. And that's not, again, it's not a scalable business model, but I don't do this for scale. This is passion, this is love. So when I'm making something, it's because I absolutely love it. I love the design and I love where it's at. And again, when I'm working on the line now, there's some things in the product line that I see and I'm just like, that's not exactly what I want, or that's not what I want it to be, or this isn't something I have 100% passion for. So again, as I relook at like the web store and the ordering process that I want to go through, a lot of those things will be more integrated as I move forward and realigning the vision with the product design and development. Creating art from life is living, especially in 1570 IMAX. Man, IMAX is something else. I'll tell you what, I'd seen a few movies in IMAX. I think the first movie I ever saw, like really saw, like it was a feature film in IMAX, not including like the science museum side of IMAX movies, but the first feature film I ever saw in IMAX was Avatar, which I was unimpressed with as a movie in general, both story wise and like just editing. I didn't find it was too CG heavy for my taste. The movie that changed my mind on IMAX and seeing it in the full, was it 70 millimeter IMAX or 75 millimeter IMAX, was Dunkirk. I saw Dunkirk in IMAX, in the full format IMAX, and the visual storytelling that comes across that you don't get in a regular theater with that movie blew me away. The immersion that it created was incredible. And that is creating art from life, and creating to have this immersive experience in a theater with great storytelling, great visuals, great editing, sound design. Everything about it was immersive and really changed the way I looked at IMAX as a format for movies. Up until then, I thought it was more gimmicky, or like I forget, there was a movie I saw about like a guy who was chasing tornadoes in the Midwest, and he had a car that could anchor itself into the ground. He got right into a tornado as it passed over, and filmed from inside the tornado. That was amazing, and cool from a lot of different perspectives. But Dunkirk was the first movie that I felt was really, really just like so immersive and so different in IMAX, that changed my view on the genre, on the medium. Would you say a big mining magnate just bought the RM Williams Boots Company back in Australia? Price will go up, but going back to AU owned and quality is guaranteed to go way back up. Nice. I think any item like that, low run, high quality, if you can get to that approach, again, I have a lot of respect for the Origin guys. I think the founder's name is Pete, and they're scaling up now. They're looking to create more factories, and his whole thing is bringing manufacturing back to America, because those are jobs that honestly, if things move to more small runs, mind blowing. And quality wise, craftsmanship wise, and just economically, lower carbon footprint on goods. They're even weaving their own denim, which is not easy. Their Cone Mills was the last salvage denim mill in America. Now they're not making their own salvage they're not making salvage denim in Origin, but they're making their own denim from American cotton. And they're buying their leather from local tanneries for their boots. And I have so much respect for everything they're doing. And it's funny because I'm in a lot of denim chats and forums. So many people hate on the Origin like jeans, or their stretch jeans, or they're not salvage jeans. And he has a factory, it's not one person making the jean. And I don't see any of those as negative. Stretch is a very functional denim. I don't have a pair of Origin jeans because the shipping to Thailand is insane. And also, like, I wear shorts. I wear denim shorts almost every day. So a pair of jeans, other than when I'm riding the motorcycle, kind of not practical for me. But he's selling jeans made in America at like $100 a pair. And I think if you buy two pairs, it's like half that. Or like 70, they go down to like $75 a pair, which is an insane price for an American made denim cut and stitched in America by American craftspeople. That's an insane price. And that's an amazing price. And the fact when people dog it for like not being salvage, salvage denim doesn't necessarily mean it's better. It's a narrow loom denim with a self edge, which is cool and it's great. And I understand why people like that. And there's a style aesthetic or a steez to that, right? But I've worked with a lot of non-salvage denim that is way superior to some salvage denim I've worked with. And everyone I know who has a pair of Origin jeans says, like, for the price, these jeans are phenomenal. They have one that's stretchier than the other. So there's one, I don't know if it's called like the warehouse jean or the factory jean or something like that. It's not as stretchy and it's a little bit stiffer. And then one of them is called, I think it's like Delta something. And it's like super stretch, like 4% Lycra or something. And it's like insanely stretchy. But even their pocket bags are denim. And they flat fell their inseam and their outseam, which is like a work pant type construction. Now, those things are going to last forever. And if you get them repaired, if you darn them, that's something that's going to last forever as well, which is, actually that's something I'm thinking about doing more of in the studio, is offering a service to repair people's jeans. So to do patches and darning to repair them and make them like very unique and artistic. I've got some photos up on my Instagram of a pair of pants I did a boro patching on with a sashiko embroidery. So I think I want to offer like that type of service. I'll probably make some videos about that in the future, is doing denim repair. And like, I don't necessarily want to make like instructional videos that teach you like how to do this, but like show you the process. And if someone wants more information, I can, if people say they want to see like more specifics, I'll do more specific stuff about it. But I'm thinking about like really shifting to like, yeah, we'll do the custom denim, but like maybe I'll fix any denim that you have. If you send it in and it's fixable, I can do that. And I think that's a great way to make a piece unique and artistic, but at the same time, keep people from throwing away items that could be repaired. And denim and canvas are great items to do that with because they hold up so well to repair and they age so well overall. Sean, thanks, man. I'm sorry, I went a bit off on that, but yeah, that's essentially the approach I want to take, is doing, for the denim, like it's more efficient for me to do the prototyping, do the design, and then, work with craftspeople who have the right equipment and who have the skills to produce. And that's also me putting more work back into the local economy and keeping, Thai denim craftspeople with work in their studios when there is none. And that's an important part about what I'm doing now as well. Spent 3 months on the beach with Nolan, 1570, a 70 millimeter, 15 perforation rolling loop. Yeah, I mean, that's 70 millimeter. That's 70 millimeter in Dunkirk, man. It changed the way you see it. And I saw it also. I saw Dunkirk twice. Once in IMAX 70. We have 170, one theater capable of showing IMAX 70 here in Bangkok. I think it's the only one in Southeast Asia, maybe, or one here and one in Singapore. So I was able to go see that there. And then I also saw it at my normal theater, Scala, which is the video I'm going to do about the chairs and the impact Scala has had on not just me and my art, but also just like Thailand, architecture and cinema and art in general. And so it's a regular old theater with normal film. And actually, I remember it felt almost more claustrophobic in the regular theater, whereas the IMAX, like I said, felt immersive. There was an additional tension to the other format where it felt smaller or more claustrophobic. It's difficult to explain. So it wasn't the same feeling of immersion, but the same experience of immersion, but it was very much a feeling of very much a feeling of a little bit more stress, a little bit more claustrophobia. So, Senior Frank, I need to find someone to clone some shorts that are about to die. The company that made them went out of business years ago. It's getting harder to find replacements on eBay. You have any leads? What are the shorts and what are they made of, Frank? We can definitely talk. Cut, be approximate. What's the material? Like knowing the material, like if it's a natural material like a denim or a like a canvas, and you have a pair, I can recreate it. Not exactly cheap, but fabric plays a big role in how expensive or how cheap it is. But most of what I work with fabric wise is on the expensive side, but recreating the cut, if you have a pair you can give me for a few weeks, we can prototype it, mock it up, and then we can go ahead and make an actual pair. Mark Echo cut and sew cotton. Yeah, we actually have to meet up. We're overdue to meet up and do the serial pickler, and I want to see your studio. So maybe let's get that on the books for next week. We can do that, and you can show me the shorts, and I can figure out a price to source the fabric that can recreate it, and then do a redesign of the pattern and get them made for you with your sizing. And so what I'll do is I'll take your pair, and then we can size your body. True that. Yeah, I want to get some of those pickled jalapenos and some of those honey onions from Cereal Pickler, and see your spot. Oh, did I tell you that? I think I told you, Senior Frank, my dock is officially lost by that damn company iParcel. So guys, never ship with iParcel, owned by UPS. The customer service for iParcel specifically is horrible. They lost my package and took them over 17 days to acknowledge it. I had to get actual UPS corporate involved to get resolution. UPS, phenomenal customer service, phenomenal company. And Amazon, as a customer service at Amazon, as soon as I contacted them, they were like, is this the package you're having an issue with? And they're like, they didn't even ask if I want a refund. They were like, do you want a refund to your card, or do you want it to an Amazon gift card? And as soon as I said card, I got an email saying that they processed the return like instantly. Of course, it takes my bank 3 to 5 days, but still, Amazon and UPS, phenomenal. iParcel, I hope they go out of business. Yeah, I'll take a look at it when I'm in front of the desktop, Joe, so I can open it up and I'll reply to you and let you know what I think. You can size my body because that sounds fun, but the shorts are perfect. Okay, yeah, but I mean, even still, just to make sure that everything lines up, I want to have like the proper measurements so that we know if any adjustments need to be made as we measure the individual pieces. Yeah, I heard that in BS last week. Yeah, I mean, I'm of course a bit frustrated with the dock situation. I ordered the one you sent me though. And actually, let me see if it shipped today, because I ordered it over the weekend and it packed up, but it had not shipped to my Laz app. Lazada is so evil in the best possible way. I actually ordered, so I don't know if you were on earlier in the stream, Frank. I was talking about I started making a pizza. I made my first pizza yesterday. I have some room for improvement, but I ordered like a pizza stone and a pizza cutter and a bunch of other stuff from Lazada. So, and I also got a cast iron pan that will fit in my oven. So no, it has not packed yet, according to the app. But a bunch of stuff. My pizza stone shipped. The grater I ordered shipped. But yeah, the dock is still to pack. It has not yet even packed or shipped. Hopefully today it will get shipped out. But yeah, I'm excited about like making the pizza. Like I made the sauce I made really good. Sorry, 1 second. It's just from I get back to her in a second. So yeah, the sauce really good. Basically, YouTube channel Adam Raguzia. I love his videos, and he really does a lot of science stuff with food. So definitely check that out and break it down. He breaks down a lot of really cool stuff. But it's a fresh sauce that you just make, spread on the pizza, it cooks in the oven. And I did his pan pizza 2.0 or version 2 technique. Really good. Adds a smile. Bart Simpson quote. Eat my shorts, man. I remember I had a Bart Simpson T-shirt when I was in elementary school. It said, "I'm Bart Simpson. Who the puck are you?" And he was wearing a hockey outfit. Got in trouble. Made me change my shirt. Not cool. 7 to 10 days total. Yeah, like I said, I think I ordered it Saturday or Sunday, so mine's on the way. It's just got to pack, and I'm sure it will be here within a few days. But yeah, I'm already like 45 days deep. Also, me and Jib need to do more art stuff. Good video. Yeah, thank you, man. So yeah, we're working on a few more art videos, trying to get those set up. A few more museums. Now that she's back in school, it'll be a bit tougher because we'll have to film the art stuff on the weekend. But there's a few other places we want to do that we definitely want to show you guys, and a lot of great places that we go art wise to get really inspiration when you're working on stuff. Going out and getting inspiration from those other things, and learning, appreciating other people's color palettes and color theory and design principles helps me in my own work. Like Picasso said, still like an artist. So there's an element to that you learn and make it your own. That's definitely what we're looking for. So a lot of really interesting things with that regard, but also we'll be showing some more of our own art in the near future, because Jib and I do work on some textile art here from the studio. So those things will be getting incorporated into the videos as we work on them and as we spin up different projects. Again, just really, that's the type of stuff we love to do. We love to get out and, make our own stuff, but also get out and see art whenever we can. And I think with Jib being back at school, she's not going to be doing as much stuff at night because she'll be exhausted from being in school all day and, having to focus on, the embroidery side of things. So I think we're going to try to do at least one live stream on the weekends so that she can get on the live streams and talk to you guys more as well. But, again, I want to showcase more of our art. I just don't want to show as much of what she's doing school-wise, because those are projects that she's still getting critiqued on from her teachers. So, she wants to kind of keep that minimal with what she shows now. But I think when pieces are finished and get the final approval, we'll show some of those and discuss, her process. Yeah, so we did. I know, Joe, you saw the one antique shop we did, the one antique fair. I think it is a lot more of those events pop up. You'll start to see some of that. And we'll probably also see some, I might be doing an innovation thing coming up this week, and I'll film it. I don't know what how the content's going to be at the innovation fair, but I think it'll be some interesting stuff to show if it's good. And, it looks like there's, it's mostly Thailand, obviously, because of restrictions. But there's a lot of stuff that spreads across multiple industries. So I think that'll be fun. Blue clashes, but green can be tough. So Steve says, I don't think any shades of blue clash, but green can be tough. Your thoughts? I love green. And actually I have, do I have them here? I've got some of my military overshirts in 2 different greens. Let me show you guys this. So I think one of my videos before had the green military overshirt made from linen. This is, again, a shirt I designed and prototyped, and we had sampled. So this is the olive drab, right? It's a very, very neutral green. This goes good with blue. You can wear this with just about anything. And I think you throw this over a brown t-shirt, a black t-shirt, an orange, yellow, red t-shirt. or a dress shirt, it will look great. And that olive drab has that real vintage heritage style to it. Um, I think that's fantastic. Now, I had another version made in this much richer, darker green. This is like a forest green with some emerald tones in it. So this is a very multicolored green. And when I saw this fabric originally, you see you got the Dapper villains in there. So when I originally saw this fabric, the colors, some black, some emerald, some forest green, hunter green, forest green. I wasn't really sold on the color palette of this fabric when I originally saw it, but actually they made the collar a bit too small on this shirt comparatively, but it's not meant to like really have the top button done. But I think this shirt works quite well actually with this color, you know. And I like to wear blue with green. So a lot of times I'll wear denim with a green top or a green vest, something along those lines. A lot of times when I go out, I like to wear a short sleeve my short sleeve button up, and I'll put a waistcoat on over it. I think that's a good way to go style wise for me, at least. And I'll throw a neckerchief on under the collar, you know, especially because it's hot here that absorbs some of the sweat. But I love waistcoats. I think it's a much more versatile garment than a jacket for me. It's not a style everyone likes or that everyone can pull off. I like that. I like a waistcoat with a full lapel. And actually, some of the waistcoats I just designed have like a very hunting vest, but like a more American Western style incorporated to it. But I think if you pair green with the right things, it can be, you know, very easy to pair with blue or to pair with different colors. But again, something more rich like this is a little bit tougher in my palette than the olive drab versus like a blue could fit with everything. But a lot of times my outfit can feel a bit monotone if I only wear a blue shirt with my jeans and then, you know, blue socks and sneakers. So I do try to add in a lot of color. A lot of times I'll do that through the neckerchief. Like if I were to wear this blue shirt with the green overshirt, I might throw a yellow neckerchief on to add a pop of color and really break it up. So, you know, there's different aspects that you can take in that regard. Green. So Stuck says, green is my favorite color, has been since I was a kid. Green's a great color. Blue was my favorite color as a kid. Now it's a hybrid blue and green aqua tail. So yeah, I think growing up, blue was probably my favorite color. Purple would be my favorite color now, for sure. And I'll wear, you know, I have some purple shirts. I've been trying to find purple denim for years. And every time I do come across a purple denim, it's either I don't like the quality of the dye or I don't like the quality of the weave. So I'm still on the hunt for like the ideal purple denim for me. And I would like something that's like double purple, like warp and weft or both purple. So it holds like a really like a two-tone purple as it fades. So, you know, it really depends. But yeah, I love the purple neckerchief. Like, is this a 65? No, this is just a regular handkerchief, but purple. See, it shows up blue on the camera, I think because of the color profile I have. But this is actually a dark purple, like the Thai royal purple. I like that color. And a lot of times if I wear a green overshirt, I'll throw a purple neckerchief under it to give that sort of clash. Also, that's like the colors of the Hulk, which I think is kind of fun to play with. Oh, yes. Mohammed says, I prefer that Thai royal purple, very soothing shade. Yeah, really nice color. Fucking Joe P. My favorite color is clear. It would be, Joe. It would be. Love purple color. LA Lakers road unit. Yeah, well, the Lakers are what, purple and yellow, Steve? Is that their color palette? Purple, yellow, and white? If I remember, or purple, yellow, and black. LA Lakers. Great uniforms though. And I remember in the 90s, the Lakers had a lot of really heavy purple like consumer garment gear, like hats and shirts and jerseys. And I used to have a purple cap with a LA Lakers logo on it as like a elementary kid. Is like a random hat I bought. I was never even a Lakers fan. I just liked the hat, the design. Stuck says, I always loved the outdoors and was looking around in the mountains in North Carolina when I was about 7 or 8. I was amazed by all the shades of green. Yeah, the green in nature is phenomenal. If you've ever been up in America, you guys have fall, right? We don't have that here in Bangkok, but it's in New England, right? Vermont, New Hampshire, the colors of fall are phenomenally inspirational. If you go up to like Vermont, especially Vermont in the middle of fall, when like all the colors are like peak, like you can just look out into like the mountains or look out into the forest and you see all of these colors from greens and reds and yellows and oranges and all these different shades and the deepness and the vibrance of them. It's breathtaking for one, but it's also like just so inspirational from a color perspective. Especially when you see the contrast with like mountains behind it or like a valley in front. And a lot of that stuff I find really inspirational from a color perspective, from a color study perspective. I'll go to like one of the parks like Jatucha or Benjamin and take photos of the flowers and look at the way that the color palettes and the flowers play off each other. And that inspires a lot of my design work, especially a lot of the color theory that I work with. Purple and gold are the Lakers colors. Okay, sorry, it's not yellow. Yeah, everyone's correct. Gold. It's gold, Dana, not yellow. Color theory, my ass, Dana. Yellow. The Boston being mistaken for a Lakers fan can be dangerous. Indeed. Well, I mean, maybe not now as much, but like in the 90s, like those memories of Bird and Johnson were still fresh for a lot of people. I think it's more dangerous to be mistaken for a Yankees fan in Boston. I remember one time I was like in my 20s and we're in Rhode Island. We weren't even in Boston. Me and my friends were having lunch. And some kid walks into the sandwich shop, and the town we were in had a lot of Italian Americans, and a lot of Italian Americans are big Yankees fans. And so the guy's got a Jeter pinstripe jersey on, and is walking past them like, "Yeah, Yankees suck," and he doesn't say anything. And as he's leaving, like right before he's at the door, he turns back. He's like, "Yeah, your mother sucks," and like runs out. Well, one of the very funny experience. Joe says October is the best time. See, is it October? Yeah, it might September, October. There are websites and Facebook groups dedicated to like peak leave season in Vermont and New Hampshire. And so like you can follow these websites and they'll tell you like, oh, certain towns are peaking now or will peak in a few days. Stock says, I love the autumn colors up north. I actually miss that. Just not the cold. Yeah, right. Autumn weather's nice. But in New England, like in the snap of a fingers, it can go from beautiful autumn weather to like straight up winter. I remember it's like 20 years ago, and the girl I was dating at the time, her and I went up to Algonquin, Maine for the end of fall. And to enjoy the colors and like, I wasn't vegan back then. I was eating, I would eat lobster like 5 times a day while we were up there. It was ridiculous. But those autumn colors and those autumn, that just vibe of like Maine, Algonquin, Maine, and like that time of year, fantastic. I think we stayed at a place called the Bronze Monkey or something. Really fun trip. The Celtics Lakers 30 for 30 is such a great. Yeah, that was a good one. Token Nomad. Man, I've been to a few Celtics games in the Garden. And it's something about like, I've been to like a handful of Fenway games. When I lived in Boston in the 90s, the Red Sox weren't a great team at that moment. They weren't a great franchise. And there was the whole curse thing, and they went on to to break the curse and be like a big franchise team. But I used to be able to go to Fenway Park for like $5. Like you'd wait till they throw the first pitch, and then you just go up to the gate and they'd sell you a seat for $5. You go into a day game and half the stadium was empty. You could sit wherever you want. And this is before they had like the seats on the Green Monster and everything. But I'm not even a baseball fan. I hate baseball. I think it's a horrible sport to watch. It's very boring if you're not into like the statistics and if you're not into the play of the game. To me, it's not as bad as football, but it's very boring for me. But there's something beautiful about being in a historic stadium like Fenway, or from a Muay Thai perspective, like going to Ratchadamung Stadium or going to the old Lumpini or even the new Lumpini, like being part of that history, like being somewhere where great things athletically or culturally have happened is something really special from that perspective. And so that's why I always enjoyed, going to Fenway Park, going to the Garden, Gillette Stadium to an extent, or Foxborough Stadium where the Patriots played. Even like being at the Q where the Cavs played, and seeing them win. I remember, like I've said this before, and I don't mean to repeat myself, but the first game I ever saw the Cavs play in Cleveland was their first win after setting a record for the longest losing streak in NBA history. And there was something special about that moment, because to the Cleveland fans, you would have thought they just won the championship, and they were going crazy. And it was a great moment to be, in the stadium, and watch that game. So the same thing when you go to Ratchadamung or you go to Lumpini or you go to, like I go to a small MMA event, and you see someone who later goes on to be in the UFC or to Bellator or Ryzen, one of these bigger promotions. And, there's something special about that from a spectator perspective, but also historically, right? And a storytelling perspective. Like having seen Amp, the female fighter who's in the UFC now, or I reffed a fight on a cruise ship of all places, an MMA fight on a cruise ship for Kai Kai France. I reffed one of his fights, and now he's in the UFC. And or I've reffed Amir Ali Akbari several times. He's now signed to one championship as a heavyweight, and he'll probably end up in the UFC at some point if his doping issues don't catch up with him. And so there's a lot of there's things to it of that nature. Having seen LeBron play in the queue when he wasn't a Cav, right? There's those types of things that are of interest and are fun. Bake the pizza 450 to 550 temp. Oh, Mike. So my oven only goes up to 200. I have a small electric oven. I don't have like a full size oven, and it only goes up to 250 C, which is like Hey Siri, what's 250 Celsius in Fahrenheit? 480. So my oven only goes up to like 480, Mike. So I can't get a super high temp. That's my problem. I'm looking at other options at the moment. Yeah, higher. I know higher. I'd like to be able to get into that 500 range. My oven's just not capable. But I am looking at other options. I also ordered a pizza stone to try to build up a little bit more radiant heat inside of the oven. But yeah, I am looking at higher temp options that I can hook up in my kitchen. So there's in that are big enough to hold a pizza, because a lot of ovens in Thailand are very small. So I happen to have one I got for free that's a little bit on the bigger side. And I don't have a space to put like a range oven in my house. Oh, what curse? The curse that used to exist. We still do that with the A's. I got into a game before COVID around $7 and just a great experience. Yeah, man, dude, I would do that in a heartbeat. Like $7 to sit in a great stadium. And now I don't even think you can touch a Red Sox ticket for under 200. I have a friend. This is a couple of years ago. He sat on the Green Monster at Fenway. I think he paid like $600 a ticket for him and his girlfriend, which is insane to me. But I mean, at the same time, I would probably pay that to sit on the Green Monster because it's such an iconic thing. And the other thing is, like, I'm sure Fenway is not going to be around forever. So, some of those things are interesting. I've also taken tours inside a lot of these like stadiums. Like I've taken a tour inside Fenway Park and got to go under and go into the clubhouse and all of that. I played baseball on the field of Indian Stadium. I think they call it Progressive Field in Cleveland. I got to play a game there when I worked at Cox. So that was cool. There's some funny stories behind that. I've also been in the Brown Stadium and got to walk on the field there and been up to the press box and like seen the interior. We had lunch in the players' locker room. And seeing the interior workings of these stadiums is really interesting, especially having had the experience of toured Fenway and seeing the infrastructure in Fenway and how it's been kind of adapted over the years from this antique stadium to be retrofitted with more modern technology to Progressive Field, which is a considerably more modern stadium, and how they've built in different technologies. Same with Brown Stadium. So, there's these interesting aspects from a geek perspective. What'd you say? A couple in Myanmar I just seen on TV. Are you talking about ovens? Love the autumn color. What are you talking about? Wood stove. Yeah, I wish I could get a wood stove out here. Token says, yeah, I'm planning on hitting a Liverpool game once this is all over. We'll pay whatever they extort from me and take the tours. Just $1. Yeah, no, and I get that. And like the tours inside the stadium are, for a lot of reasons, architecturally, technology, culturally, design. Any stadium is amazing. Like I've been fortunate to go in the back of like Ratchadamung and be able to go in the back of there and see like how absolutely insane the locker room in big quotes locker room situation is, as well as the medical situation at Ratchadamung. Quite insane. I reffed fights in Pattaya at a nightclub, and I've always found nightclub architecture quite interesting. Just the way they build it, but it was a nightclub called Bone, and I don't think it's open, I don't even think it was open as a club when we were there because it was in a bad location, but it was huge. And we had like a couple hours before the television crew showed up, and I made my way up into the rafters. So I was at one point like 150 feet up above the cage. I have a photo somewhere. I think it's on my Facebook. I took from the lighting apparatus directly above the cage looking down. And it was so crickety up there, like definitely made with no OSHA standards. At one point, there was a part of the grate that was missing and they had just put plywood across it. And I'm like, it was too far for me to jump. And I was afraid to jump on this. So I'm literally holding the handles and trying to walk on just the edges, walk my way across this damn plywood section that was like maybe 8 feet long. It was 2 sheets of plywood laid out over it. Let's put it that way. But yeah, just like exploring those types of things, I always found really interesting. When I was a technician in telecom, I was working on we were building the cellular network for the company, their first cellular network. I had the opportunity to go on a lot of rooftops and explore a lot of part of buildings that were otherwise off limits. In Providence and surrounding cities. It was a great way to see Rhode Island for sure. Soldier Field. I've never been to Soldier Field, Joe. Oh, military coup in Myanmar. Oh, yeah. I think this is their second or third since I was there once. It wasn't a coup, but something happened, and I had to like rush out of the country. Military took down government in Myanmar about 8 hours ago. Oh man. So yeah, I woke up, I jumped right on the stream. I haven't even watched the news yet. Grab a hold of that streetcar vendor, his pizza mobile pizza oven hotter than yours. Yeah, right. There are a couple little small street food pizza spots out here in Bangkok. And I'll tell you, there was I was obviously in Thailand for the last coup, but I was in Malaysia at the last election, GE14. And that was a crazy time because the podcast network I was working for at the time essentially got all of its money from the Ministry of Finance, which I didn't know I knew that there was some connection. I didn't know where all the money was coming from at the time, because funding essentially dried up immediately after the election. Tanvi Erdogan, who was the Secretary General of the Ministry of Finance, was very hands-on with the network as well as with Magic, which is the government incubator. And I always wondered why Magic was under the Ministry of Finance when so a Ministry of Economic Development that had other startup programs. And a lot of it became very clear post-election. Yeah, good times in Malaysia. Yeah. But I remember having to leave Malaysia. Like, I wasn't in any danger, but because of it was an election, right? It went smoother than the last election in America, I can say that. But when Mahathir took power, there was a lot of things shifted up, and I ended up not working with that government, with that organization anymore, that podcast network. They didn't have the cash to keep flying me around the world, but because it was all coming from MOF. But yeah, definitely interesting times, politically in Asia for the last decade or so. Best tour, Jameson's in Dublin. I've never been to Jameson's, but I've done a bunch of bourbon tours in Kentucky. So fun times. Buffalo Trace. Woodford's probably my favorite. Buffalo Trace is a fun tour, but there's a big beauty to the stills and the design of Woodford. Four Roses as well. Born Nomad Productions. I just turned on the TV. I haven't seen any news today. Yeah? I'm sure that I don't know if Myanmar is going to get covered in the U.S. or maybe like just really niche. Once I get off the stream, I'm gonna check it out. Did 3 of them. Nice. Yeah, the bourbon tours are great. See, guys, I've been going for just over 4 hours, so it's noon. I've got to get some work done in the studio. I want to thank you guys all for tuning in today and hanging with me on this 4-hour live stream. I didn't realize I was powering through it so much. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you who hopped on. New video should drop tomorrow. Be sure to keep an eye out for that. And until next time, keep taking action. Make your ideas reality.